Secretaria de Comercio Exterior de la Secretaría de Economía para que nos dé unas
Undersecretary
palabras
of
de
the Foreign
bienvenida.
Minister of the Economy Ministry, so that she give us a very welcoming remarks.
Bueno, pues buenos días a todos. Me da muchísimo
Good
gusto estar
morning,
el
everybody.
día de
It's a
hoy en
pleasure to
este
be
gran
today
evento
in
que
this
es el Día
big
Nórdico
event
que
that is the
celebramos por
Northern Day
tercera
that
ocasión
we
aquí en la
celebrate for the
Secretaría de
third time
Economía.
here
Les
in
doy la
the Economy
bienvenida a todos los que
Ministry.
nos
We would like to
acompañan el día de
welcome
hoy de
everybody
manera
that is
presencial
here
aquí en la
present with us
Secretaría
today
y también a
in
los
the
que nos
ministry,
acompañan
and
de
also
manera
the ones
virtual
that are in
a
the
través
virtual
de los
room
medios
by
digitales que
means of the
utilizamos en la
digital
Secretaría de
media that we
Economía y de
use
las
in
redes
the
sociales. Realmente es
Ministry of
un gran
Economy and
gusto
also in
ver que
social
podemos
media. It's
tener
a
un
pleasure
evento
to
como
see
este.
that we can
Quiero
have and
comenzar primero que
held
nada
an event
saludando y
such as this one.
agradeciendo a
First of all,
todos
I
y a
would
cada
like
uno
to
de los
start by
embajadores que han
thanking
hecho
every
posible, los
ambassador that
embajadores de
has
los
made
países
possible
nórdicos. Empiezo
this
por el embajador de
event.
Dinamarca en
So I
México,
would
el
like to
embajador
start
Lars
with the
Nielsen. Muchas
Denmark
gracias, embajador, por estar
ambassador,
aquí y por el apoyo de
Thank
Dinamarca
you
en
very
este
much
evento.
for being
Igualmente,
here and for the Denmark
agradecemos a
support
nuestra
for this
querida
event.
amiga, la
Also, we would
embajadora
like to
Päivi
thank our dear
Heimo, espero ya haber aprendido a
friend
pronunciar el
Päivi
nombre,
Heimo.
embajadora de
I
Finlandia
hope
en
I
México, con quien también
pronounce your
tenemos
name
muchas oportunidades
correctly.
de trabajo y
Finland
de
Ambassador
colaboración.
in Mexico,
Al
with
embajador de
whom
Noruega
we
en
have been
México,
collaborating very closely. Also, the ambassador
de Noruega en México, la
of
embajadora
Norway,
Ragnhild
Mexico, Ragnhild
Immerslund. Gracias,
Immerslund.
embajadora,
Thank
y
you,
gracias a
ambassador,
Noruega
and
también
thank
por
you
todo
to
el trabajo
Norway
que
as
hacemos
well
de
for
manera
all the
conjunta.
job that we
Y al
do
embajador de Suecia en México, el
joint
embajador
manner.
Gunnar Alden,
And also
por
Gunnar
estar el
Alden,
día de hoy con nosotros
the
y por
ambassador that
hacer
is
posible
here with us and
este
for
evento
making
el día de
possible
hoy.
this event
También
today.
quiero saludar
Also,
y
I would like to
agradecer a
thank
todos los
and greet
representantes de los
every
sectores
representative
público,
of the
privado
public,
y
private,
académico que nos
and
acompañan
academic
el día de
sectors
hoy
that are here
y
with
que
us today,
participarán
and that will be
de manera
participating
decidida y
in a
comprometida en
very
cada uno de
committed
los
and
paneles
decisive manner
y mesas de
in
diálogo
each
que
of the
tendremos el
panels
día de hoy.
and discussion
Gracias por
tables
su
that we will have
colaboración y
today.
también
Thank you very
por su
much for your
entusiasmo para poder
collaboration and
llevar a
also
cabo
for your
este evento.
enthusiasm in order to carry out this
En
event.
esta edición del Día
In this
Nórdico
edition of the Northern Day
2022
2022,
en la Secretaría de
in
Economía
the
tendremos la
Economy
oportunidad de
Ministry, we will
escuchar
have the
sobre
opportunity
buenas
to listen
prácticas
about
de
the different
sostenibilidad y los
sustainability
avances
best
que
practices
nuestros
and
países
the
han
advances
tenido
that every
en la
country has
implementación
had
de
during the
políticas
implementation
públicas
of
en
public
materia de
policies in terms
sostenibilidad.
of
En la
sustainability.
Secretaría de
In
Economía
the Ministry of
reconocemos
Economy, we
a
acknowledge
nuestros socios nórdicos
and
como
our
referentes
northern
internacionales
partners
en el
as
desarrollo
international
sostenible y
benchmarks
países
for
de
the
los que
sustainable
podemos
development
aprender
and
mucho a
also
través de la
countries
cooperación
from
y la
which we can
colaboración.
learn a lot by
Agradecemos
means
la
of
disposición
collaboration.
que
Thank
todos
you
y
very
cada uno de
much for
ustedes
your
han mostrado
willingness
para trabajar
as
con la
you have
Secretaría de
shown us to
Economía
work
en un tema
with the
que para la
Ministry of
Secretaría de
Economy
Economía
in
y en
this
particular
topic
para la
that for
secretaria
us and mainly
Tatiana Cloutier, secretaria de
for
Economía,
the Minister
es
Tatiana Cloutier,
particularmente relevante
Minister
y
of
está en el
Economy, is
centro de
very
nuestra
relevant
agenda.
and is on the focus of our
Con
agenda.
este evento
With
estamos
this
buscando
event, we are
vincular a
looking
los
to
actores
bond and
relevantes
to
en México
associate
y en los
every
países
relevant
nórdicos para que juntos
stakeholder in
podamos
Mexico and in
diseñar
the northern
e
countries so that
implementar
we all together
estrategias
can
de
design and
innovación
implement
que
innovative
permitan el desarrollo
strategies that
de
allow
largo
the
plazo
development, the
y el
long-term
desarrollo
development,
sostenible
and also the
de
sustainable
nuestras cadenas
development of our
productivas, de
production
nuestras
chains,
economías y de
of our
nuestras
economies,
sociedades.
and also from our
El objetivo
societies.
de alcanzar las
The
metas de
objective
desarrollo
of
sostenible de la
reaching
Agenda
the
2030
SDGs of the 2030 agenda is not only a goal that it has to be reached by the Ministry of Economy, but also a responsibility of this ministry. The Minister, Tatiana Cloutier, has mentioned that we are committed to strengthen the dialogue by facilitating the cooperation, the alliances, and also promoting an economic, sustainable and inclusive economic recovery. Taking this into account, one of the main topics that we want to foster and the one that is going to be discussed during the tables, during the panels, is actually about circular economy. This concept that we might hear very frequently during these days requires to have a rethinking for the consumption and the production of the country in order to transit into another model where the consumables and products that enter into the economic cycle could be profited in the less time possible by minimizing waste and also the impact over our environment. In this manner, our country is moving forward also to work and to comply with their objectives of
el combate al
environment
cambio
protection and
climático.
also including the combat
Hasta ahora
against
hemos
climate
obtenido
change.
avances en
Up to
soluciones
now, we have had
circulares
some
desde lo local,
advances and some
considerando
movements
la
forwards in the
estructura productiva
circular economy
local
by
y
considering the
regional
local and
para
regional
generar soluciones
productive chain in
innovadoras
order to
y
generate innovative
rentables, pero
solutions and
también
profitable
soluciones que
solutions
sean
that
de,
also
de una
may
naturaleza
be
estructural,
of
que
a structural
realmente estemos
nature, that
modificando
in reality
nuestro
we are
patrón de
modifying
producción
our
y de
production
consumo.
pattern and
Vemos
our
en la
consumption
implementación de
pattern.
iniciativas circulares
In
una
the
herramienta
initiative
para
of
contribuir
circular
al cumplimiento
economies, we see a
regulatorio en
tool
materia
in order to
ambiental y de
comply with the
responsabilidad social,
regulations in
con
terms
un
of social
enorme
responsibility
potencial
and environment, and we
para
see a huge
incrementar también
potential in
la
order to increase
competitividad
as
de las
well
empresas.
the
En este sentido,
competitiveness
desde la
of the
Secretaría de
companies.
Economía
So in
estamos
this sense, from the
realizando esfuerzos
Ministry of
conjuntos
Economy,
con la Secretaría de
we
Medio
are
Ambiente
doing
y
some
otras
joint efforts
instituciones
together with the
públicas,
Environment
privadas y
Ministry
sociales
as well as
para
other
agilizar
institutions,
la
public and private,
transición
in
de
order to
México a
make
este
more
modelo
nimble
de
the
economía
transition of
circular.
Mexico to this new model
Otra
of
ruta
circular
para
economy.
dar cumplimiento a
Another
los
pathway in
objetivos de
order
la
to
Agenda
comply with the
2030
SDGs of the
es el
2030
uso de
Agenda
hidrógeno
is the
verde.
use of green hydrogen.
¿Por qué esto es
And
importante?
why this is
Por su
important?
contribución potencial
Because of its
a
potential
alcanzar las
contribution
metas
to reach
relacionadas con la
those
reconversión de las
goals that are
industrias,
associated
la
to the
mejora de la
reconversion of the
movilidad
industries,
y
the
también
improvement
la
in
mejora de la
mobility, and
calidad de
also
vida
the
de nuestras
improvement in life
poblaciones,
quality
sobre todo en
for
las
our
ciudades.
populations,
El
especially
hidrógeno
in the
verde
cities.
y sus
Green
tecnologías de
hydrogen
producción y
and its
aprovechamiento
production
tienen un gran
and commissioning
potencial para
technologies have
sustituir
a
al
huge
hidrógeno gris en
potential in
actividades
order to
industriales, lo que
substitute
también
the
se
gray
abordará
hydrogen
en las
at the
discusiones de los
industry level.
paneles y las mesas
This
de
also is
diálogo que
going to be
sostendremos
discussed
el
during
día
the
de hoy en esta
panels and during
secretaría.
the discussion
Vemos
tables that
en
we
la
will have
opción
today
del análisis de
within
las
this ministry.
posibilidades de desarrollar
We see the
este
analysis
sector
and
de
the
hidrógeno
possibilities to
verde como una
develop this
solución viable
sector,
para la
the green hydrogen
descarbonización
sector,
de
as a
diversas actividades de
feasible
la economía e
pathway
incluso para la
for the
generación de
different
energía
activities
eléctrica,
of the
combustibles y
economy and
fertilizantes
also
sintéticos,
for the
por lo que
synthetic
estamos muy
fertilizers
entusiasmados
and other
con lo que podamos
agricultural
aprender de la
activities.
experiencia nórdica
Therefore,
en
we
esta
are very
materia el
happy
día
to
de hoy.
be learning a lot about this
Finalmente,
topic
pero
from
no
the
menor,
Northern
en
experience
lo que se
today.
refiere a
And
la
at
movilidad
last but not least,
inteligente. Este es un
regarding
tema que
the
se
intelligent
abordará tanto en
mobility,
los
this is
paneles de
another topic
discusión
that will be
como en las
addressed in the
mesas redondas
discussion
del día de
panels
hoy.
as well as in the
Y en la
roundtables
Secretaría de
today.
Economía
And
consideramos
the
que este es
Ministry of
uno
Economy,
de
we
los temas
consider
de mayor
that this is
impacto
one
y
of
de
the
mayor
topics
relevancia.
of
Y
bigger
aquí
impact
también
and the
estamos
most
dispuestos y
relevant
listos
ones.
para
Here
escuchar
we
la
are
experiencia
willing and we
nórdica
are
y para
ready to
aprender
listen
de cada
about
uno
the
de
northern
los países
experience and
cómo ha
also
sido
to learn from
esta
each
movilidad
country
inteligente.
regarding how this
Lo anterior
intelligent
por el
mobility has been.
impacto que tiene
And
el
this is
sector
because of the
automotor en
impact
la
that the
productividad,
automotive sector may
en la
have
generación de
regarding the
empleos,
production,
inversión extranjera
employment
captada en México
generation,
y todo
foreign
el
investment
impacto en
that
lo que
is
se refiere a la
taken
derrama
into Mexico and
económica,
everything that has to
social,
do with the
ambiental,
economic
innovadora de este sector en
environment and
nuestro
innovative
país.
league of this
Como
sector
ustedes
in
saben,
our
México
country.
es hoy
As you
el
might know,
séptimo
Mexico
productor de
today
autos a
is the
nivel
seventh
mundial
producer
y
of
este
cars
sector
at the worldwide
representa o
level,
capta
and this
más o menos
sector
el 13% de
has
la inversión extranjera directa que
13% of
recibe
the
nuestro
foreign
país
investment
y
that is received by
estamos
our
apenas en
country.
el inicio
And we are
del
just in the
desarrollo de un
beginning of the
mercado
development
para
of a
autos
market
eléctricos que
for
esperamos que
e-cars,
pueda
for electric
crecer de
cars,
manera
and we
rápida a
expect it
través
to
del
grow in a
desarrollo de
quick
diversas
basis
políticas
by means
públicas
of the
que
development of
permitan
different public
la
policies that
transición
may
en
allow
México
the Mexican
hacia esta
transition towards
movilidad
this
inteligente
intelligent
con cero
mobility
emisiones. En
with
estas
zero
circunstancias es
emissions.
una prioridad
So this is a
aprovechar las
priority right now
oportunidades que tiene
to
la
take
industria
into account and to
a
take
partir
profit of
del
all the
desarrollo de
opportunities that
nuevas
the industry
tecnologías.
has
Estamos
by the
convencidos que con el
development of new
trabajo del sector
technologies. We
público
are
y el
totally
sector privado
convinced that with the
vamos a
work, with the
poder
joint work of the
impulsar
public and
esta
private sector,
transición
we're going to
hacia
be
una
able to
movilidad
foster
inteligente,
this
tomando en
transition
cuenta
towards an
las
intelligent
necesidades y
mobility
las
by
potencialidades
taking
de la
into
industria
account the
nacional
needs and
en
the
el desarrollo de este sector
potentials
y en el
of the
desarrollo de
national
la
industry
economía de
for the
nuestro país.
development of this sector and for the development
Junto a
of our
Noruega,
country's
Dinamarca,
economy.
Finlandia y Suecia,
Together with Norway,
queremos que el evento
Finland,
del día de
Denmark,
hoy
and
permita
Switzerland, and
promover
Sweden,
los
we would like
diálogos
today
entre
to
los diversos actores
promote
que
the
estarán
different
participando
dialogues among the
para
different
precisamente
stakeholders that will
poder
be
integrar
participating today
soluciones
in order to
sostenibles, que
integrate
serán soluciones
sustainable
que no
solutions.
solamente son para
Those will
México,
be
son
solutions not
soluciones
only for
desde donde
Mexico,
México
those are
está
solutions solutions where Mexico is contributing from in order to generate global solutions. We are looking to foster the innovation in strategic sectors in order to reach SDGs, economic growth, generation of employment, well-being, and the sustainability of our economies. Today, we have prepared this Northern Day 2022 with the aim that every participant here in Mexico can get information, get to know the different tools, and also to do networking in order to develop contacts for the future so that you keep on making growing the economy of Mexico with a sustainable focus. Lastly, I would like to thank every ambassador and the embassies of the 4 northern countries in Mexico, also Dr. Wem, who is the head of the intelligence division in Mexico, and all her team for making possible this event today. And I'm totally sure that this will allow us to keep on working in order to build up these sustainable solutions. So I wish you a very productive day, very fruitful day. And within this third edition of the Northern Day 2022, in order to achieve sustainable solutions, to have one step moving forward towards the construction of a sustainable economy from Mexico and from Mexico to the world. Thank you very much to everybody for being here, and a lot of success.
A continuación, tendremos unas breves palabras por parte
Now
de
we'll
los
have
4
some words
embajadores
by means
nórdicos
of
y un
the
video
4
de saludos
northern
de las
ambassadors
capitales
and
nacionales.
also
Damos la
greetings
bienvenida a
from
los
the northern
excelentísimos
capitals.
embajadores, el
So
señor
we would
Lars
like to
Steve
welcome
Nielsen,
Lars Steve
embajador de
Nielsen,
Dinamarca,
ambassador
la
of
señora Benji
Denmark,
Bogheimo, embajadora de
Dr.
Finlandia,
Benji
la señora
Bogheimo, Finland
Ragnhild
Ambassador,
Imensby, embajadora de Noruega,
also the
y el
Norway
señor Gunnar
Ambassador,
Garden, embajador de Suecia.
and Sweden Ambassador. Good morning, everybody, and be welcome to this event, you that are here on site and the ones that are following us on a virtual manner. My name is Palhamedi, and I'm the Finland Ambassador, and it's a pleasure actually to be here with you and being able to cooperate in the third consecutive year with the Ministry of Economy in order to provide sustainable solutions. I would like to thank on behalf of the team to the Ministry of Economy, also to our dear Undersecretary Luz Maria de la Mora, and our embassy teams that have done a great job together with their friends from the Ministry of Economy. So I just want to highlight that during this spring, once more, we have noticed how important and the great value, how important is the cooperation among partners, and this is the added value that we can create by producing this type of cooperation that we have here, in which we have the possibility to repeat for the third time. So be welcome, everybody, and thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm the Norway Ambassador, and Jenny Simoshen, and as you have seen, the sustainability agenda and to secure a green transition is essential for every northern country. And we know that this transition is not going to be easy, especially for Norway, that is a country with an oil and gas economy, and to be part of the zero emission agenda is not going to be easy, but we're totally committed. We know that everybody, in order to achieve it, we need to work on a cooperation basis at the worldwide level among countries and among public and private sector. And that's why we're organizing this event, so that every stakeholder can sit down here and learn from each other the best practices and make an exchange of ideas, as well as today's topics. Today we're going to talk about green hydrogen, intelligent mobility, and circular economy. 3 topics that are essential within this 2030 agenda of the green transition. We want to present innovations and exchange information about challenges and solutions, and also to facilitate context. Thank you. Good morning, I'm the Sweden ambassador here in Mexico, and be welcome our undersecretary. It's always a pleasure. Thank you very much. On our side, also, it's a big pleasure to be here with you today because of the Northern Day, and this is a very important event to us. I would like to mention that this international cooperation that was mentioned before is very important, and especially this link with the UN. For us, the 2030 goals, and we're working very closely with Mexico in the multilateral scope in order to achieve these goals. And actually today, actually right now, we're celebrating the UN conference that is called Stockholm 50 plus, and actually is after the first conference of the UN regarding environment and regarding these topics. But today we're going to talk about especially about the cooperation among the different sectors in the society in order to achieve a success for the societies in terms of environment. And this is what we talk the helix quadruplex among the public and private sector, among the academy and the civil society. And we're going to share our experiences today with you, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you very much. My name is Lars, and thank you very much for the Undersecretary to all the Ministry of Economy team at every moment, not because of this event, but because of all the collaboration that we have been doing together and to bring sustainable investments to Mexico. Thank you very much, and we highly appreciate it. This is the second time that we do this event on site, and we think that this is going to be a tradition and it's going to be held every year. And there are some topics that we can discuss because the 2030 agenda, the 2050 agenda, the net and zero emissions agenda is also very important to us, and it is important to provide this together with the society. Yesterday, we were saying that we used to have an event yesterday in Denmark, and in Denmark is going to enter into the defense dimension of the European Union. So Finland and Sweden, they're going to go into the NATO, and that means that we are all the nations very much united and that we are totally aligned in the sustainability and in the UN goals. So another thing that I would like to mention is that also within our energy cooperation, we have partners and friends from Tabasco, Jalisco, and Nuevo León that are here at this event, and I believe that this is very important because actually this is very good for every Mexico. Thank you very much. And just one thing more. When I saw the agenda and this part of green hydrogen, is very difficult to pronounce it for me in Mexico. It's also called Power to X, and it is better than any title in Netflix. So I think that it's going to be great, and actually it's the future of the energy sector.
Your Excellencies, Minister Cloutier, thank you for hosting this important event, and thank you, all of our Mexican and fellow Nordic partners, for actively taking part in it. We are happy to be part of a Nordic event in Mexico focusing on sustainable solutions for a third year running. We believe that the Nordic countries always achieve so much more when we collaborate, especially when it comes to tackling the all-important issue of man-made climate change. We need urgent action and concrete solutions in order to reach a net zero emission future at the latest by 2050. In Denmark, we have set the goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 70% by 2030 compared to the 1990 level, and to become completely climate neutral by 2050. To do this, we need to deploy even more wind energy and electrify our society. But to reach net zero, we also need to power the heavy industries with green fuels. That requires Power-to-X technologies. From a Danish perspective, we are therefore delighted that this event today has a specific focus on Power-to-X. This is an essential tool in the fight against climate change. The Danish government has recently launched a comprehensive strategy to strengthen all actors in the Power-to-X value chain. The aim is to improve conditions for green hydrogen to be used in transport and chemicals. We all need to join forces to accelerate the green energy transition. This requires collective efforts within the circular economy, smart mobility, and energy efficiency. We are proud to be a part of a strong coalition of Mexican and Nordic partners that provide tangible solutions to the climate crisis. I am positive that this event is an important step towards a shared green future. And just this week, Denmark, together with partners in Europe, announced new ambitious goal of 65 gigawatt of offshore wind in the North Sea by 2030 and 150 gigawatt by 2050. That will enable us to power 230 million European households, but will also provide energy for Power-to-X, for hydrogen, and for decarbonization of industry. So thank you so much for this event today. Buenos dias, muchas gracias, adios.
Dear friends, sustainability in all its forms is at the core of Nordic thinking and policy priorities. Finland highly values working on these issues in close cooperation with our like-minded friends such as Mexico. I would like to congratulate you for the steps already taken on sustainability and circular economy. A good example is the approval of the circular economy law last year. Finland was the first country in the world to approve a roadmap on circular economy. This was in 2016. Last year, we adopted a new strategy to strengthen our transition to circular economy. All stakeholders are needed on board. In circular economy, waste is a valuable secondary raw material to be recycled. Community waste, for instance, can be used for energy production instead of dumping it into the landfills. Talking about energy, Finland is a front runner on technologies related to energy efficiency and renewable energy, such as Power-to-X. We will hear more about these issues later today. In addition to policymakers, businesses are key players. Innovators and investors hold many of the keys to strengthen sustainability. I'm glad to see business focus also on today's event. Dear friends, I wish you inspiring exchanges and new perspectives for further cooperation. Go and co-create together. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Dear Nordic and Mexican friends, thank you so much for inviting me to address you today. I am especially happy to be talking about a subject I am very passionate about: sustainable solutions and the green transition. The Norwegian government has set ambitious goals for the next few years. By 2030, we will cut Norwegian greenhouse gas emissions by 55%. This demands more sustainable solutions, and it will lead us further into the green transition. The demand for green solutions, goods and services is increasing day by day. Consumers are demanding sustainable products, and governments are putting regulations in place to stimulate the green transition. Companies are developing innovative technologies to deliver sustainable solutions as well. We believe that international cooperation is vital to succeed in our green transition. Cooperation between governments and private companies is the only way forward. Therefore, I am very pleased to acknowledge that this is the third time Nordic and Mexican representatives get together to discuss sustainable solutions for a greener future. By working together, we can take advantage of the opportunities that the green transition offers. Norway has been particularly active in promoting sustainable solutions for smart mobility across all sectors. Specifically, we are well known for our massive use of electric cars. We have electric buses in every major city, and our ferries across the Norwegian fjords are going electric as well. We have multiple companies also in Mexico contributing to a greener shipping industry. The Prime Minister has asked me to take responsibility for the government's efforts towards a green industrial boost. We will focus on green industrial projects within hydrogen, offshore wind, carbon capture and storage, process industry, and batteries. It is possible to combine economic growth and sustainability. To accomplish that, we must work together across sectors and borders, just like you are doing here today. I wish you all the best for this event and in establishing new sustainable and green collaborations in the future. Dear friends, thank you so much for your attention.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the Mexican government and the Nordic embassies in Mexico for arranging the Nordic Day 2022. It is the third edition of an event gathering Mexican and Nordic stakeholders with a desire to exchange knowledge and ideas across geographical boundaries. This year, we have a special focus on smart mobility. We are in the midst of a green industrial transition. This can be clearly seen in Sweden, where dedicated companies are making unprecedented investments in groundbreaking green technology. The development and production of the world's first fossil-free steel is one example. A Swedish battery cluster that has emerged with a bold ambition to develop the world's greenest battery cell is another. These companies not only advance the prospect of meeting Swedish sustainability targets, they also provide technology solutions that will be exported and used on a global scale. For the green transition to take place, cooperation is key. Sweden has a long-standing tradition of close collaboration between the public sector, private companies, and academia. And our industries have always developed new technologies together with partners in other countries. Many Mexican cities are exploring new ways of providing their citizens with more efficient and sustainable transport. Here, Swedish companies have a lot to offer. To give you some examples, Volvo's electric buses are already running in the Mexican capital, and some weeks ago, Scania launched its first electric truck on the Mexican market. I see a great potential for further strengthening the cooperation with the mobility sector between our countries. I am therefore enthusiastic about events like this, where the exchange of ideas and knowledge lie at the very center. It is my belief that a deeper collaboration between Nordic and Mexican stakeholders will reward us with the greener future prospects that our countries need. I hope your discussions will be productive and enriching, and looking forward to the result. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias a los embajadores por estas palabras y por estos videos. Vamos a continuar con una conferencia magistral por el
Continue with our
Leonardo
master
Ramon
presentation
Alvarez,
by
director
Dr.
de
Leonardo
redes de la
Ramon
Dirección de
Alvarez. He is
Operaciones de la
Deputy
Comisión
Director
Federal de
of
Electricidad.
Operations in the National Federal Commission for Electricity in Mexico. Good morning, Excellency Ambassadors, Deputy Secretary. Thank you very much for the invitation to this warm Nordic Day. The Federal Commission of Electricity is giving me the opportunity to talk to you about what we are doing, especially in all of the matters relevant to this event. Differently to the volumes of energy that CFE needs to produce for our million customers that we cater to in Mexico, there are still opportunities for development, such as 10,000 communities that are on energetic poverty. And I'm mentioning this precisely because my area is dedicated to presenting energetic solutions for these kinds of contexts. I am talking about energetic solutions and not technologies necessarily. Technologies was a way in which a few years ago were directing us towards the route that we needed to follow on an energetic field. My area is dedicated to analyzing energetic solutions to cater very specific problems. For example, in order not to make this very long, the area that we actually cater in my area is quite large, and we provide solutions, either drinkable water in the northern part of the country that needs energy. For this procedure, energy is very important, and for CFE, this is a prioritary area that we need to cater to. Energetic efficiency is also very important for us. Energetic storage is also very important for the country as such. However, in the realm of sustainable energetic solutions, that is where we see the opportunity to achieve the circular economy. Implementing a circular economy in a region such as Mexico, or Mexico City even, is extremely complicated. And we believe that if we take into account islands which are energetically isolated, this will allow us to move forward quicker. Alongside the economy ministry, we've developed islands which are energetically sustainable, and there's a specific interest to solve the need for economical activities that need energy. And this will allow us to solve contexts as delicate as waste management, energetic savings, and that is where we are seeing very important goals. However, we also have the need to further explore and align what so far was very scattered, which is investigation in Mexico regarding renewable energy sources. We need to take back or reanalyze energetic investigation and appointing our solution not only to generate knowledge, which is also very important, no doubt, but in these events we can also have the opportunity to say where we want to go in the CFE regarding investigation. I've already mentioned some of these contexts, but there are other topics such as membranes, which are very interesting for CFE, and also sustainable economic solutions for energy and productivity in various contexts where there are high limitations regarding generation, distribution, and handling of this energy. And I believe that northern countries do have various examples of how they have managed to solve these situations. That can work as an example for Mexico. I'm referring to Cozumel, Islas Marias as well, which have other profiles, and several other islands that we also want to take into account, such as Holbox, for example. And unlike other areas at CFE, which are thinking of projects that involve 30 megawatts forward, the area that I attend is focusing on projects that are low investment, low generation of energy, but have the goal to solve even gender problems. Also, to figure out how to train people, how to provide them with the knowledge of maintaining their productive systems running. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for having me here, and I'm available to talk about any of these topics. Regarding energy, I would like to make a comment on green hydrogen. My area is strongly promoting green hydrogen. However, we don't really know the way of how to go about this. There are people at CFE deciding where to place a new production plant, but we also think that it's best to partner with other companies and institutions that are experienced enough on green hydrogen. So this is a very interesting opportunity to talk about all of these solutions and ideas. We would like to start understanding how CFE needs to speed up in these topics such as green hydrogen, which are kind of backbone issues that are taking up a lot of space in our work nowadays. Now, yes, thank you very much.
We will now have a break. We invite you to visit our coffee break and visit the stands of the companies that offer green solutions. We'll be back at 10:05 o'clock.
Denmark, a small country on two wheels. I think we can say that cycling is within us and on us. We are always riding because we ride every day. We ride forwards with our history behind us, from childhood to adulthood and towards our final destination. We ride. Soon, we will show you our home, our roots, our passion for cycling. We are a country of cyclists, riding high and fast and through the woods. We ride to work for fun, together, and for our dreams.
Jeg ser de mange tegn. Mændene har indadvendte øjne. Jeg ser mig selv på spring. Jeg rejser mig i sadlen. Ser mig om for sidste gang. Jeg hører feltets hjerte slå.
Sometimes we think too much about what to say, but often we just do it. And we end up on our bike, going out with our bike inspires us to think big. And now, the world and the world's biggest cycling race are coming to Denmark. In 2022, we will show you our love for cycling and our love for the Tour de France. Welcome to a country on two wheels. Welcome to Denmark.
Me täällä päiväkodissa sovellamme valtakunnallista varhaiskasvatussuunnitelmaa, jossa ilmastotyö on myös merkittävästi esillä. Meillä se tarkoittaa viikoittaisia retkiä lähiluontoon. Myönteisten luontokokemusten kautta se lasten suhde luontoon lähenee ja sitä kautta myös se luonnonsuojelu tulee lähemmäksi ja tietoisemmaksi lapsille, että kuinka tärkeää se on.
Meillä on hippusta metässä ja sitten me ollaan aina täällä välillä tekemässä kaikkea kivoja leikkejä ja semmoista. Luonnossa on parasta etsiä eläimiä. Luonnossa parasta on muodahaiset.
Meillä ympäristöpedagogiikan ytimessä on ajatus siitä, kuinka se ilmastotyö on jo pienenä opittu elämäntapa. Kasvatuksen lähtökohtana on helpot ja yksinkertaiset arjen valinnat ja myös se, että yhteistyöllä saadaan näkyviä muutoksia aikaan. On ollut hienoa huomata, kuinka lapset omaksuu uusia asioita hyvinkin nopeasti ja nämä uudet asiat siirtyy sitten heidän mukana sinne perheisiin ja perheiden rutiineiksi.
Laittaa valotkin, kun on lähtee jostain. Kierrätys on semmoista, että siinä vähän niin kuin kierrätetään roskia ja käytetään niitä sitten uudestaan.
Vi lever i en verden i konstant forandring. Utfordringene står i kø. Økonomiske, sosiale og ikke minst miljømessige. Hadde det ikke vært fantastisk om mennesker verden rundt kunne søke og finne de beste bærekraftige løsningene Norge har å by på, kun ved hjelp av et tastetrykk? Vi presenterer noe helt nytt. En begynnelse, et startskudd. The Explorer. Stedet hvor globale utfordringer møter norske grønne løsninger. The Explorer skal styrke Norges bærekraftige profil og gjøre norske bedrifter mer konkurransedyktige internasjonalt. Den skal åpne opp for nye markeder og bidra til å øke eksporten. Andreas er en av mange som utforsker mulighetene i The Explorer. Han leder et norsk selskap som leverer solcellepaneler og systemer som gjør at man kan dele strømmen som er til overs.
For meg som gründer så er The Explorer en god mulighet for å vise frem produktene og løsningene våre til et bredere internasjonalt publikum. Vi håper at dette skal kunne gi mer salg og tiltrekke oss internasjonale investorer.
La oss se for oss at lenger sør i Europa søker Sofia etter det smarteste og nyeste av integrerte solcellepaneler. Nå ser hun etter løsninger for et større byggeprosjekt, men vet ikke helt hvor hun bør starte søket. Det tar ikke lang tid før Sofia finner det hun søker etter på The Explorer. Hun blir overrasket over å se hvor mye som rører seg innenfor ren energi i Norge. Hun finner den løsningen hun er ute etter, og kontakter Andreas for å finne ut mer. Nye muligheter oppstår, og senere signerer de en avtale. Gjennom The Explorer skal norske bedrifter vise frem sine grønne og innovative løsninger. Og kundene verden over skal finne dem. Ambisjonen er at Norge skal bli best på bærekraftig utvikling. The Explorer er lansert.
Believe it or not, the sustainability shift is on. Vision is becoming reality. Many of you all around the world are working hard to make this happen. Thank you. Thank you, scientists, for pointing out what's happening to our planet and what we need to do about it. Thank you, creative souls, for ideas and inventions bold enough to make a real difference. Thanks to all of you who embraced them, building sustainable businesses that the next generation supports and might even like to work for one day. Thank you, change agents, for actively choosing to live and consume in more sustainable ways. Thank you, leaders, for showing courage. Ambitious climate goals help us drive change on all levels in every corner of the world. Because our emissions are your emissions, and yours are ours. Let's make this transformation the greatest collab in human history. Together, we can pave new ways forward.
I think the green solution is the biggest star in Denmark.
If you go back to the first oil crisis in the 70s, Denmark was totally dependent on imported oil. Some really interesting and far-reaching decisions were taken back then. Start focusing on renewable energy and on energy conservation.
Our politicians, they wanted us to integrate more wind energy in the system. We thought that this was crazy, and we thought at the maximum we could integrate a few % of wind power without threatening the level of security of supply in our system. And then today we operate a system with more than 40% of wind power and one of the highest levels of security of supply in the world.
We have heard from Asia, from South America and so on. It's very good, we know about the wind farms and so on, but what about storage? What do we do when there's no wind?
For the next step toward independence of fossil fuels, we will become more and more dependent on having storage in the system.
Everybody says, well, batteries. Batteries are good storage, but the batteries are very expensive. And then we came up with this stone storage. Very simple. You take surplus of electricity, you heat up a big pile of stones, so you can store the energy in these stones as hot energy.
Denmark wants to be independent of fossil fuels by 2050 altogether. I think it's realistic, even though we don't know how we're going to get there. That's the way you come up with good solutions. You have a vision and a very strong ambition, and then you need to find a way to get there, just like when John F. Kennedy said that they wanted to put a man on the moon.
In Finland, climate challenge is tackled and solved jointly. Every sector has made their sector-specific low-carbon roadmap, and these roadmaps are like puzzle pieces which could be put together, and that way we have a comprehensive picture of measures needed in order to achieve our carbon neutrality goal 2035. The good news is that majority of technologies and solutions needed for carbon neutrality is already here today. Transportation is very, very important. It's not only clean fuels, but also energy efficiency, and Finland has a top-notch knowledge and technologies for both of these objectives. Since urbanization is accelerating globally, built environment, buildings, they are becoming more and more important when we try to lower our emissions. For example, our capital city of Helsinki, we have been able to achieve significant energy savings through artificial intelligence. Sustainable cities mean also better quality of life to all citizens. Responsible operations are the very basis of successful business. In this way, both public and private sectors could help to build this carbon-neutral, circular economy-based society together.
As our cities are growing, becoming more complex, we need new and better solutions to old problems that keep our cities healthy, that make our cities smart. In 1987, Norway spearheaded the concept of sustainability with the Brundtland Report. These days, you find this word everywhere. Sustainable food, sustainable travel, sustainable cities. At the heart of it is our desire for those who come after us to enjoy the things we enjoy. Today, improving our cities goes beyond simply crafting a comfortable home for ourselves. We say our cities should be smart, but we also recognize that the smart thing to do is not necessarily the easy thing to do. We want our buildings to be smart, to dim our lights when we're not there. We want our cities to save energy, manage water, and handle traffic jams. We want our surroundings to think for themselves. We want to be on a path of creating technology that makes our lives easier and more comfortable. not at the expense of the environment, but to its rescue. Some of our greatest achievements have come from the fusion of private entrepreneurial spirit and political support across different branches of society. This is the Norwegian way. The city is where we live. The city is where we grow. Do you want your city to be healthy? Do you want your city to be smart?
The new concept of a millionaire is not about having $1 million. It's about changing 1 million people's lives for the better.
My work will produce renewable energy storage batteries. Everyone is like bold, passionate. That always motivates me.
My dream was to solve the world-leading problems, so I moved to Sweden to fulfill my dreams. The best thing in Sweden is nature and this feeling that you can go outside and just refresh your mind.
We have a good work-life balance here.
If you are talented and you are educated and you are skilled, coming to Sweden is a very good idea.
It is a country with growing opportunities, lots of new companies with amazing ideas. If I work here, I can work anywhere.
If you want to be on the apex of the green industry wave, then Sweden is the place to be.
The Danes have a tiny country and some very strange ideas. They would say this is a mountain. They call this wild nature, and they think these are the great outdoors. They got the idea to swim in the harbor, an industrial harbor, in a city of over 1 million people. Most would say that is impossible, but the Danes say we'll make it clean first. So they did and jumped in. They got the idea to become self-sufficient with energy. Good luck. Your biggest natural resource is wind. So the Danes put turbines in that wind. And now, on windy days, they export energy. Being organic isn't even enough for some Danes. More farms are going biodynamic, cutting out pesticides altogether. And this in a country that already uses so few they can drink the groundwater. And they keep getting greener ideas. Whole communities in Denmark are entirely free of fossil fuels. Danes are growing fruits and vegetables on their rooftops, building highways for bicycles, and energy-efficient houses made out of hay and seaweed. Where will this green craze stop? Not in Denmark, that's for sure.
10 years ago, we woke up in E that however we perceive future, climate change is always part of that future scene. And we realized that up north here, we are very vulnerable to it. In E, we are committed to carbon neutrality. We also aim at zero waste and no overconsumption, no emissions. And actually, by 2020, we did realize this 80% emissions cut. Key element was that all the politicians were participating. So nevertheless, what political party, every decision maker was taking part in making the actual plan. Sometimes I'm asked, how can we afford to do these climate actions? And my answer is also, how can you afford not to do it? Because for us in E, it has been economically very profitable to do these actions. We have received so far investment of over 200 million euros for our clean tech here in E. The impact on the city taxation has been 1.5%. We are receiving every year saving of about €500,000 with the energy efficiency work only. So in E, in every nursery and in every school, all the children participate in climate actions as part of their daily lives. It's very important for us that we can also pass this beautiful, pure nature to our future generations, to the children.
We used to say that we often need two for a tango, but it's not enough. We need a square dance.
The transition of our industry will be dependent a lot on innovation, and innovation together with others.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
I think the most unique thing is that we have industries, sectors that have produced their own roadmaps voluntary, and they have changed the mindset so they see the possibilities of being fossil-free. They say that if we are fossil-free, we increase the competitiveness, and that's a crucial thing.
This is the greatest change in the iron and steel industry in over 1,000 years.
In the transformation, we can see a paradox. It's extremely costly for the industry to transform to fossil-free steel and climate-neutral cement and all that. But for the consumer, it's not a big difference. The difference is so small that you barely see in the price.
An important area is raw material. And that's why we're joining forces with other industry leaders to push forward breakthrough technologies for large-scale recycling of textiles.
We've done it before. We've changed the society all the time.
We have a history of cutting-edge technology development. We also have very strong political support for the development. And then, of course, we have the access to the fossil-free electricity that we need for this process.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now. Electric cars or mobile phones and so on, it will go much faster than you thought it was possible.
5 years from now, we will be ready to implement in large industrial scale a unique technology that will reduce CO2 emissions to almost zero. So I think we have great opportunities.
Continuamos con nuestro programa. El siguiente panel es sobre hidrógeno.
We will continue with our program. Our next panel will be about green hydrogen, transforming emissions from the problem to the solution. In this panel, we will have 5 panel members participating. They will talk to us about Power to X. This is a fundamental component for decarbonization in different sectors. The conversion of electricity or gas or liquid fuels that we can use through storing energy from renewable sources. I will now pass the floor to our panel members so that they can talk to us about what's Power to X, what's green hydrogen, and how we can implement it in the different countries, especially Mexico. Thank you. I'll first of all pass the microphone to Mr. Fredrik Thude. He is the Energetic Council from the Embassy of Denmark. Fredrik has over 13 years of experience in the global sector and energy and clean energy. He is currently at the Energetic Council in the Denmark Embassy in Mexico with the main focus of implementation of a government-to-government energetic plan between Denmark and Mexico. The Danish government launched an initiative for Power to X in December 2021. He will briefly explain to us about what's Power to X, what's the current state of Power to X in Denmark, and which are the main features of this strategy from the Denmark government. Thank you, Fredrik. Thank you. Pleasure to have so many participants in attendance. In this morning, we feared that people were not being able to get here, but it's very positive that everyone's here. Just to provide a bit of context, we know that there are plenty of solutions that could help the green transition and the fight against climate change. Later today, we will be discussing circular economy and intelligent mobility. And there's also a topic, a very important topic, which is energetic efficiency. But we also have something the new kid on the block, if I can say that in English. The power to X. This is a very trendy topic nowadays. And for example, in Denmark, you cannot read newspapers or the news online or from other sources such as social media without mentioning power to X. It's very important. And why is it important in a Danish context? It's very important because we have very ambitious climate policy right now in our country. We have to reduce our CO2 emissions for 2050. So in order to get to this goal or achieve this goal, this is not only possible with direct electrification. We need something else because there are different sectors where only using direct electricity is not enough. So that is where power to X comes to play. If we use green fuel in these sectors, for example, the transportation sector, we can reduce our carbon footprint in a significant way. That is why it's considered so important for our future. But what is power to X? Everyone is mentioning it. It's a bit complicated to explain it on a technical level, but basically it's a conversion from electronic to molecules. Of a conversion of electricity to hydrogen. And the X represents, or it could represent many different things. We could use hydrogen in various different areas. That is why it's so important, it's so useful to think about that. And when we talk about different stages from power to X, how is hydrogen produced? I will explain 3 different important stages. So, we will begin, this is very simplified explanation, it begins with the production of energy. If the energy source comes from wind or solar power, then hydrogen that is produced is green hydrogen itself. If it comes from fossil fuels but CO2 is captured, then it's called blue hydrogen. And if we produce energy using fossil fuels such as carbon, oil and other fossil fuels without capturing that hydrogen, then it's called gray hydrogen. Unfortunately, nowadays, I think we have over 99% of all produced hydrogen is gray. And that, of course, needs to change because it's not good for the environment. So that is the first stage. Where does electricity come from and capturing hydrogen? And this second stage is a stage where you can use the electrolysis technology. And we use an electrolyzer and it divides water molecules and it turns them. Well, we take hydrogen and we take oxygen in a separate way. So that's where we have the hydrogen, and that's the end of stage 2. And stage 3 is when we already have the hydrogen and we can use it in various applications. And that is why it is so important. We can use it in industry in order to produce ammonia for fertilizers. In oil refineries, it's widely used in the steel industry, chemical, metal industry. It can also be used on the transportation sectors, airplanes, vessels, trucks, because many of these means of transportations are not powered by direct electricity. So we need green fuel. And this is a sector where green hydrogen can be used. This could be very useful for the sector. 5 minutes, yes. Thank you. And we can also mix it with natural gas. We can use gas pipes. And in this sense, we can also use it to manage a network. We can use the same networks. So these are various usages for green hydrogen and other kinds of hydrogen. Therefore, the government of Denmark, in order to answer to your question, Sophia, what is the Danish government doing? We have just launched a new hydrogen strategy with 4 priorities, 4 things that it needs to comply with. One of these priorities is that all needs to be aligned with the climate law. This means that we cannot produce blue or gray hydrogen. It needs to be green hydrogen without emissions of CO2. Priority number 2. We have to establish regulatory frameworks which are appropriate for the usage and production of green hydrogen. There's also a need for a stimuli on innovation and development. And we need to adjust transmission systems so that we can transport hydrogen. We already have gas pipes in place that transport natural gas, but it's very important that we can also use these systems that are already in line to transport green hydrogen. Another of the priorities is that there has to be a good interaction between hydrogen and infrastructure in Denmark. This means, for example, fees are already being considered to drop in different sectors where we can build the electricity plants. Where, for example, for wind production plants, this would be much more efficient because there's less transportation of electricity. And in order to produce green hydrogen, there is a great need of electricity. We have a lot of wind in Denmark, so government is thinking about dropping the fees in all of the wind energy that's produced and the hydrogen that we get from it. And our 4th priority from the government of Denmark is that we do need to support the exploitation of hydrogen. How would we do this? There are simple and transparent rules to regulate exportation in cooperation with other European countries in order to have clear, simple regulations in order to build a strong hydrogen marketing around Europe. That is also what the Danish government is promoting. Thank you very much, Frederick, for introducing us to Power to X. I think we understood this very clearly, and especially we were able to see the opportunity that there is. Thank you for providing us the example of Denmark, which can sure be useful for other countries, and particularly Mexico. Thank you. Up next, we have Mr. Hector Guerrero Herrera. He will talk to us about the opportunities that he notices in the Secretary of Economy to develop these kinds of technology and how the industry in Mexico could benefit. Mr. Hector Guerrero has taken different positions in private sector and in public sector during this administration. He was chief of the office of the presidency, and from March 2021, he's deputy minister of the Secretary of Economy here in Mexico City. Thank you. Can you hear me correctly? Thank you very much. First of all, good morning to all of you present. A warm greetings from Secretary Clouthier, who is also very aware of these kinds of events, noticing them very well. And well, welcome everybody to this Nordic Day 2022. And from yesterday, we were all scared about the closing of roads and a lot of difficulties for mobility in Mexico City. This morning, I bet everyone left their house earlier, and from my house, your house, well, I had never seen such a speedy route. Perhaps we need this scare a bit more often, and that we also have these kinds of issues during Nordic Day, so that we have less traffic, less contamination. And then I got here, and I found that it was a very nice event. So it's a great day to be here, especially talking about this very important topic. From the Ministry of Economy, we have been working with all of the specific features that hydrogen offers and its potential. And we work with various kinds of sectors, and as it was previously mentioned, with some of these sectors that have immediate demand of alternatives for fuels, for energy production, and especially regarding the issue of mobility. So this is all about the sectors of the automotive industry, aeronautical industry, and different other sectors that demand huge amounts of energy, such as steel industry and especially transformation of equity goods. And in this sense, Mexico needs to be involved and needs to get aligned with what the future demands. We are looking at a future where it might seem that it's approaching even faster every day. If you look at different reports or documentation that you get 4 or 5 years ago, we heard the news that the automotive industry was thinking that the conversion could go towards 45 or 50%. I'm talking about 2040, 2050. And then the next year they discuss, well, 2040 is our goal. And then the next year, 2035 will be our goal. So what is this provoking? Well, first of all, we do need the knowledge, and science brings us all this new knowledge. We all know that science and technology do not really match regarding time and the time that we have. Knowledge and technology have different timings, and we need to get them aligned so that we can get a lot of advantage from this topic. And this is something that has happened particularly with hydrogen. This means knowledge for a while now. Well, before this century, there were already developments of what we needed to do, but we didn't have the technology to do so. Nowadays, we do have technology. For example, we heard about applications that we can have through Power to X that can really help, and the world starts opening up, and there's a new whole array of solutions. In the Ministry of Economy, through the 4 different axes that we have, the first one that has to do with the internal market, and it has to do with companies and different sectors and regions in the country. That is where this important topic fits. And through one of the areas that we have within the Secretary, we have designed a roadmap that we have called Opportunities for the National Content in the Value Chain of Production Technologies and Usage of Green Hydrogen for the Energy Sector. So we have been working on this because opportunities depend on the sectors that are demanding the participation from the government. And we're talking about where we are going, where we're trying to go. We're talking about this gray, blue, or green hydrogen. Well, the color had a soul and a brain. The color would say, "What's my fault being gray or blue?" Well, that's how it went. And green won in these kinds of terms. So we need to work on this so we can have the least climate impact and reach our 0% impact, working together with all of the countries in this planet. So this is an immediate demand we have. We need to very closely analyze value chains and analyze where to step in. We need to work hand in hand and is not thinking whether we work hand in hand or not. We need to do so. Here to my left, that's precisely the person who is on the forefront of the 2030 agenda within the Ministry of Economy. He reports directly to Minister Cloutier and is really incentivizing us to stay very close to our 2030 roadmap, where there are issues with hydrogen and that we support the 10 SDGs. So opportunities and having the ministry working on this is very good with this guide and for all of the sectors that demand participation. Thank you very much, Mr. Guerrero, for letting us know where is Mexico moving forward. And through these discussions, we do hope that we can find new collaboration ways between nations. Thank you. Up next, we will have the remarks from Mr. Pedro Tindala. It will be in English. He is Director of the Energetic Department of the Polytechnical University of Apenrata. He is an associate for thermodynamics and engineering with a special focus on carbon injection and storing energy in this university. His main research lines are using and capturing carbon as well as power-to-X processes, which brings us here, and integration of energetic systems through storage of chemical and thermal energy. In the program for 2035 from the Finland economy or in Finnish government has a goal to become carbon neutral and then carbon negative. A document has been published, a playbook for recommendations towards action and achieving green hydrogen economy for 2030. He can tell us why Power-to-X is such an important topic in global discussion regarding energy, regarding climate. How does this work, and how can governments and regulatory authorities support this acceleration towards the future? Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you for introduction.
Muchas gracias por la
to this event. It's a pleasure to be explaining to you about the Power-to-X today. Okay, so I will try to tell you in 10 minutes about Power-to-X and what it requires from regulatory point of view. So why we need Power-to-X? This is a huge global change from this kind of fossil-based economy to circular Power-to-X economy or green electrification, as we sometimes speak. And we need a lot more new renewable energy to run this system. Electricity demand will probably 3 to 5 times increase from current. And basically with this Power-to-X we can produce all the products as we produce now from fossil resources. So Frederick already explained about the different colors of a hydrogen, and in addition to that we also need a source of carbon. Often this X in Power-to-X means different hydrocarbons, so we need carbon, and where we can get it, it is for example from industrial flue gases. So we capture carbon from industrial flue gases and utilize it for producing different hydrocarbons, such as methane, methanol, or methanol is good fundamental chemical. We can produce almost everything from it, from starting from fuels, gasoline, kerosene, to even plastics or some materials. And this all requires a lot electricity. And one challenge in this Power-to-X implementation is that how to transmit this new renewable electricity to different production sites. Current electrical infrastructure is typically not capable of doing that, and in addition to that we need to strengthen our electrical grids and also have new transportation ways for transmitting hydrogen and also maybe CO2, so carbon dioxide infrastructure for utilizing carbon dioxide in different places, and also then maybe new transmission technologies for these future Power-to-X products. And it is not clear always what is best to be transported, whether we transport hydrogen or whether we transport CO2 or whether we transport electricity, and we need also storages for this, because this new renewable electricity is variable, and we need to balance the variations by storing the different products and transporting those. So what governments can do and how we can make this huge transition, we need a long-term stable regulations. So this needs several 20-30 years investments for new chemical industries, and we need to have a clear vision what is the regulation in after 10 years or 20 years, not 5 years, to make investments in industry, and government should have clear rules. And as we have a green and blue hydrogen, we have also different colors of carbon dioxide. We have biogenic carbon dioxide and we have fossil-based carbon dioxide. And this regulation for capturing and utilizing and storing different carbon dioxides is not clear all over the world, and in different areas it is different. So we should have clear regulations for also markets for carbon dioxide. So whether it is in Europe, we have emission trading system for fossil carbon dioxide, but for biogenic carbon dioxide we don't have clear rules. And as in Nordic countries, we have a lot of this bio-based carbon dioxide from pulp and paper industry, and that could be a huge potential and raw material for new green fuels. So in future we also may have need for different sources of carbon dioxide, and ultimately we need to capture it also directly from the atmospheric air, but it is very energy consuming and difficult because there is so small amounts of carbon dioxide in atmospheric air. So these regulations should be clear. Also in this transition phase we should have some allowances for demonstration plants and pilot plants to have not such strict rules. So to take these technologies forward, we need large-scale demonstrations in real environments, and in this transition phase we need to be able to use something not so clean, maybe grayish hydrogen or electricity with some specific emissions not zero, to get things working. When we get it, the development of technology will take time, and we are already behind what we should have done. So there shouldn't be too strict rules to get things going on. What else? Maybe permitting procedures. At least in Finland, we have had some issues with permitting of new wind power that should be made as fluent as possible to have much new renewable electricity to the grid. So maybe there was my main points for this Power to X topic. Of course, this 10 minutes is not enough to go to details in these technology solutions, but I think we have technologies to do it, and we can do it. We just need to start doing it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por esta intervención. Y hemos tenido la perspectiva de los gobiernos, de la academia, y pues ahora vamos a escuchar también la perspectiva de las empresas. El ingeniero Arturo Rodríguez Gil, director general de Ramon México, una empresa danesa, cuenta con más de 23 años de experiencia. Es especialista en tratamiento de aguas residuales, especialista en wastewater, para cumplimiento legal en materia de medio ambiente, evoluciones de eficiencia energética, y tiene un gran conocimiento sobre este tema. Entonces, ahora desde la perspectiva del
So, on the perspective of the private sector, he will give us his instructions about this. Ramboll is a pioneer at the worldwide level when it comes in terms of giving advisory to companies regarding climate and the environment. So we would like to know about the Power to X strategy from Ramboll and which is the type of products and services
así
that
como
you offer
también
to
desde
our
su perspectiva
customers,
y experiencia
as
en
well as your
proyectos actuales
perspective
en
and
Dinamarca,
experience in
cuál es
current
el estado de
projects in
avance
Denmark,
y
which is
cómo ve las
their
perspectivas
advancement
comerciales de implementación de
status, and
estas
how do you
tecnologías
see
en
the
el contexto
commercial
mexicano
strategies
en
in
el
the
corto,
context of
mediano y
the
largo plazo.
Mexican sector at the short, mid, and long
antes que
term.
nada, muchas gracias por la presentación.
Before anything,
Agradecer
I would
a
like
los
to thank you
embajadores
for
de
this
los países
invitation, to
nórdicos
thank
por
the
la organización de
ambassadors
este
of the
evento,
Nordic
a la
countries for
Secretaría
the
de Economía
organization
por
of
su
this
apoyo
event,
también
to
para
the
el
Ministry of
desarrollo de este
Economy
evento.
for
Y bueno,
the
platicarles un
organization of this
poquito
event as
cómo
well.
lo vemos desde el
And I
punto
would
de
like
vista de
to
Ramboll.
let you know how
Ramboll, como
we see
decías,
it
es
from
una empresa
Ramboll.
de consultoría,
Ramboll is a
ingeniería y arquitectura.
consultancy, engineering, and
Tenemos
architecture
aproximadamente
company.
más de 17,000
Approximately, we
empleados en
have more than
35 países
17,000
alrededor del mundo.
employees all
Y
around
el
the
enfoque de
globe.
nuestros servicios
And the focus
siempre
of
ha
our
sido
services has
hacia
always
7
been
mercados, específicamente
looking to
edificios,
7
transporte,
markets:
energía,
buildings, transportation,
agua,
energy,
arquitectura y
water,
paisajismo,
architecture
medio ambiente y
and
salud.
landscaping,
Y también tenemos un área de
environment and health, and
consultoría
also
en
we have another
administración.
area of consultancy
Como
in
tal, creo que
management.
tenemos experiencias
Actually,
múltiples en diferentes
we would
rubros
like
que nos
to
ayudan a
say
ofrecer
that we have different
servicios
experiences in different
integrados a nuestros
areas
clientes.
in order
Y
to offer
Ramboll
comprehensive
en el Reino
services
Unido
to
ha sido
our
considerado
customers,
por la
and Ramboll
publicación
in UK
Environmental
has been
Analyst como
considered
uno de
by
los
the
principales,
publication
sino el
Environmental
principal
Analyst as a main
consultor en temas de energía
consultancy
y cambio
company in
climático.
terms of energy and climate change.
Pues un poco empezando en cómo vemos la parte de la
And
estrategia.
talking about the
La parte de
strategy and how we see it,
sostenibilidad
this
es
part of the
parte ya
sustainability, it
intrínseca
is
de nuestra
already an
estrategia de negocio.
intrinsic part of our business
Hace
strategy.
febrero se
In
hizo el
February,
rollout de
we
nuestra
did a
nueva estrategia de
rollout for
negocios
our new
y aunque
business
siempre todos
strategy.
nuestros servicios
And
han
even
tenido un
though every
componente
of our services
ser
have had a
sustentables, sostenibles,
component regarding
ser
sustainability,
amigables
of
al medio
being
ambiente, ahora ya es
environment
parte
friendly,
intrínseca de
now
nuestra
this is
estrategia.
an essential
Y
part
nuestra
of our
aspiración
strategy,
también
and
como
our
empresa
aspiration and
es
objective
ser el
as company
socio
is to
en
be
el cambio sustentable,
a
tanto
partner
para
in
las
the
empresas
sustainable
como para
change,
los gobiernos.
not only for the
Y nos
companies but
enfocamos
also
en
for the
4 áreas
governments, and we
de
focus
servicio,
on
que es la
4
parte
service
de
areas, which is the
descarbonización y cero emisiones,
decarbonization and
la
zero
parte de
emissions,
administración y
the part
eficiencia
of
de uso de
management
recursos
for the
y
efficiency
economía
and use of
circular,
resources,
sociedades
and
resilientes y
circular
habitables
economies, resilient
y biodiversidad y
societies, and
ecosistemas.
biodiversity and
Prácticamente
ecosystems.
aunque
Mainly,
damos una gama de
even though
servicios,
we give a wide array of
foco
services,
principal de nosotros.
those are our
Dentro
main
de eso,
focuses.
ofrecemos
Within this, we offer a wide array of services as well that has to do with engineering, project management, management consultancy focused on the decarbonization processes, and engineering, transportation, design of transportation systems, project assessment, for example, for the compliance with the international funding standards. Basically, every area within those topics. And the Power to X is actually associated to every of those strategies and services that we provide. An example of what we are doing right now at the Denmark level is, for example, the energy island. Right now, we're working with the Vindu consortium that is in Denmark, and that is has to do with pension funds from Denmark, in order to develop an energy or power island that is gonna generate energy by means of the wind generators on the northern sea. And the important component is to generate hydrogen, and also to be as part of the transportation and storage point, and also as a loading port for those ships or vessels that can use hydrogen as fuel. And we think that this is going to be growing, and it's going to be very trending in the future. Regarding the development of Power to X perspective, we believe that we're still on a very early stage. Even though this is already a reality and a need, we believe that this technology is just starting. Technology is there, but there are a lot of obstacles that we need to overcome, mainly the ones that are focused on the development of international standards, those regulations that may allow the promotion of this type of energies. So I believe that eventually this is going to change. And there are some accelerators that are driving us to move to the Power to X, to comply with the zero emission objectives for 2030 and 2050, the energy transition of non-fuel based non-fossil based fuels, and everything that has to do with the energy crisis that was created or originated by the Russia invention into the Ukraine, and obviously the relationship that this has with the energy market. I think that these two factors are going to be two accelerators and drivers for this type of energies. And we're seeing it already in the International Energy Agency. Since 2020, 10 countries started making commitments in order to implement Power to X strategies, and to have some commitments regarding goals and achievements in order to comply with the Power to X. We have Chile, Canada, Denmark, Netherlands, Portugal, and before the war, Russia was also involved, as well as Spain. And well, we have also seen an increase in the production capacity by electrolysis processes. It is estimated that 70 megawatts were increased in 2020. This was reported by the Energy International Agency, and we believe that this is going to keep on growing. Actually, Rumble in 2021 recently sent a survey to different stakeholders in that were interested in the Power to X, and approximately 80% of them were sent the surveys, and we received 40% of their answers. As a summary, 66% of them see as a key or as a necessary item to strategy to implement a Power to X strategy in order to comply with emission reduction goals. Here in Mexico, and before, I would like to thank Israel Hurtado for providing me with this information. In the agency, or in the Mexican Association for Hydrogen that he chairs, he visualized that the Power to X part is a key factor in order to comply with the Mexican objectives and goals, and that demand of green hydrogen is gonna see an increase around 12,000 tons for 2030, probably 2,700,000 tons for 2050. This is going to be the demand, the future demand in Mexico. So this will promote companies to start moving towards this direction. And many of the companies that are already working with this organization are seeing this as a business opportunity as well. Thank you very much. And I think that what we can take away from the last two interventions is that it is a reality, this part of the Power to X. Technology is there, and we need to overcome those obstacles. As Tero was saying, we need to do it so because right now we have the technology and the opportunities. Thank you very much. So, lastly, our last panelist, it is our general director of Wärtsilä Mexico. It's a Finnish company. Barson Gani has been for more than 20 years in the electric market, and he specialized in internal combustion engines. Right now, he is the general manager of this company. Wärtsilä, it is making the transition for a 100% renewable future, and it's helping their clients in their transition by optimizing their systems and preparing their assets for the future. Can you tell us which is the role that hydrogen can play in order to maximize and to comply with the objectives with the SDG, and how do you see the Power to X implementation in a Mexican context in the mid, short, and long term? And if you can provide us some specific examples. Well, thank you very much for the invite to participate on this panel. Thank you very much to the embassies for the organization, especially the Finnish embassy that invited us and to have this opportunity to talk. As Sofia was saying, Wärtsilä is a world leader in the manufacturing of engines. And some years ago, we set as an objective to provide sustainable solutions to our customers. The e-market in the previous years has suffered a strategic change when the new renewable energies were inserted, that we have every time more market share in the world. So from Wärtsilä, we noticed that in certain manner we needed to add on or to join in a plan of a neutral carbon solution. Wärtsilä, within its strategy in the development part, has proposed the technology development of this technology that could use fuels, neutral carbon fuels. And here our strategy of managing or handling the Power to X technology. Taking this into consideration, what we see here is that within the objective of having 100% renewable electric systems where the participation of the wind and sun power are going to have a main role, the need to generate thermal energy that can support the intermittencies of our renewable energy is very necessary. So that's why Wärtsilä has developed different solutions that go from the use of synthetic methanes, methanol, hydrogen, and ammonia for the use of these fuels in our combustion engines. So basically, is to use these fuels in the electric market and in the steam market, that are the two business units where we are dedicated. And we see that the 100% renewable objective, the thermal energy, is going to have a main role in order to support the intermittences of the renewable energies as the wind and sun energy from the use of synthetic fuel. And here is the Power to X starts gaining some meaning in our strategy. Today, at the worldwide level, we are developing some pilot projects with the use, for example, of synthetic methane. We can use 100% synthetic methane in our engines. In the case of hydrogen, we already have some pilot projects that are using up to 25% of hydrogen, using natural gas as a mix. And our objective is that in 2020 to have integral solutions that can generate hydrogen for our engines. Obviously, hydrogen in the way we see it is that hydrogen will have a progressive process. What we have seen is that at the beginning, this is going to be mixed at the beginning with natural gas in the pipelines, in the gas pipelines, and our technology shall be prepared in order to be using this type of mix. And this is the objective that we are heading towards. Regarding the design of a plant that will produce electric energy is completely different because of the anti-explosive qualification that should have this plant that is very different to the gas. And obviously we're working on integral and comprehensive solutions. And in the case of the sea market, we're seeing that the main fuel that will be developed for this market will be ammonium because of transportation stability during its storage. So we're seeing that probably the ammonium market will be the fuel that will be of most use in the sea market. Right now, we're using synthetic methane. I mean, those vessels that are working already with GLN can use it and then to continue using the synthetic methane without any change. So, in a nutshell, what we're seeing is an evolution from right now to 2050, where the energy, the generation of electric energy, is gonna have a concept, a 100% renewable concept. And in order to achieve this, the need to use synthetic fuels in the context of power to X for thermal solution is going to be necessary in order to make the transition towards this objective. This is basically what Varsila is looking at today. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the several examples. Right now, I'm going to ask you some additional questions in order to elaborate a little bit deeper on this topic, and also we have another question session, Q&A session from the audience. I would like to start with Mr. Hector Guerrero and ask you, from the Mexican government perspective, and after listening to the other interventions, how do you see the opportunities and challenges in order Mexico to exploit all these opportunities in the short, mid, and long term? Thank you very much. There is no doubt that there are huge. There are four topics for Mexico that are very important. The first one, and I believe that this is for any other country as well, the first one is production. To manufacture or produce hydrogen enough in terms of volume and in the necessary quantity for the next phase of the energy use. The second one is the other way around, and there is a huge quantity. The ones that have participated here, they have talked about electrolysis as well. That is disassociated from water, hydrogen, and oxygen, and then we may have a huge quantity of hydrogen. What is interesting here is how to take this to production environments or production contexts that may be enough and that have that are cost effective as well. And the other thing is the other way around. We have the hydrogen and how to be able to transform this capacity, this chemical, into electric energy. Another one is where to store it. And this becomes a serious problem. How we can have small tanks, especially for the future mobility that is just around the corner, to be able to have this container capacity in which we can use for any necessary energy. And the other thing is the very frequent topic, the power to X, that is the application of it. Many years ago, we were thinking about this for the hydrogen for this future that is here right now for the mobility. But nowadays, in the power to X, there is a wide array of options in order to move it somewhere else. And in only this exercise, we may think that only big companies participate, but it's not true. We may also think in the SMEs, how they can profit from this energy capacity, because the cost here is a very important variable. And I would like to give you an example, and a very Mexican example of this scale, of this array of services. In giant companies, once again, they already have the resources, they have research, they have development, they have the technological capacity, they have the investment capacity in every digitization, Industry 4.0, decarbonization. But what about the SMEs? The states, the nations, the countries, we all need to think about them. A very iconic product of us is tortilla. In Mexico, we have around 110,000 units. And the most important topics of this sector, and that is at the table, at the households of every Mexican, the ones that are having receiving low income or high income, it's there. And this food problem may finish into a social problem. We need to look for the way to have the tortillas at home in the lowest cost possible. And a very important change regarding the production of of the production of tortilla is energy. And for sure, there are tortilla plants that are working with solar cells, and we are looking for it to grow in order to reduce the cost. Electric energy and gas, those are very important components in Mexico. We have few of those tortilla plants that are on a pilot plant working under energy by means of hydrogen. And this is extraordinary because then the array of options for our country is to think about all the whole of companies that are participating. Most of the companies in our country are the SMEs and the micro enterprises as well, not the big ones. So we need to use this as an anchor, as a dragging economy, as it is called. Because if not, we're not going to be able to cover the complete scope or the complete spectrum. For the other different sectors that I mentioned in my previous participation, they already have a very good quantity of success cases, and they are working, as it was well said already, in Power to Access. And Power to Access is just starting. It is still in the positive slope in an early stage. But what is important here is that this growth is not going to be arithmetic. And maybe we are not taking this into consideration. It's going to be a geometric growth. And maybe tomorrow it's going to be an algorithmic growth. So how to respond to this situation? Because this is a blessing thing and that is very positive for the economies of the countries. And Mexico is participating already in it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Señor Guerrero, por darnos
Thank you very much, Mr. Guerrero, for this great intervention and to see the different opportunities that may exist. And in terms of what you mentioned about the companies, the big advantages that we can see, especially with the SMEs, I would like to listen from Rambol's and Brazila's perspective. What do you think that the Mexican companies shall have, the ones that would like to venture into this exciting, thrilling, and unknown world of the Power to X? Can you hear me? Yes. I believe that actually many companies from different companies and from different sizes For example, going out from the Hydrogen Mexican Association, I think that they're visualizing it as a business opportunity already. Therefore, they should have obviously the incentives, clear regulations, standardization. I think that those are one of the main challenges that those companies will need to sort out within this process. Obviously, this is completely associated to the renewable energies. The power to X, the green hydrogen, has as a support, as a base, the renewable energy. So we need to have a stronger promotion of renewable energies in order for it to become a reality. But also we have the other side of the coin. How can I use the hydrogen? Which are the purposes of its use? And as they were saying regarding the SMEs and the small industries that are going to start using hydrogen as fuel, it is also a reality from many countries and many other places. Right now, there is transportation that is driven by hydrogen. There are also cities in the UK where there is already a mix with methane and hydrogen for the use of fuel for the kitchen, for example, for cooking within the households. So I think that the challenge is there. We need just to identify those opportunities and to see how we can make this transition from other type of fuels that we were used to work and to use as methane and fossil fuels in order to change to this new technology that is greener and friendlier to the environment. I think this is the main challenge of the company. Thank you. Please, Gaston. Yeah, I agree with what we just heard. The price of fuel as a variable is also very important to take into account. And as we were mentioning, the topic of the government having proper regulations so that industries can adopt this technology, this is fundamental. And I see this as particularly as a process that is just beginning, and it'll take several years of evolution where different fuels and techniques will be mixing up towards the goal of neutral carbon emissions in the following decades. But I believe that the road has begun, has we started to trail this path, and it makes a lot of sense for the industry in general, but also the energetic industry. But it'll depend a lot on regulations and prices and fees. Those factors are fundamental. Thank you very much. Then we've discussed regulations, prices, transition towards other kinds of energetic sources. So from a public and perspective from the Finnish and Danish governments, is there something power to X that you'd like to share with us today?
No, es solamente es. Yo pienso que hemos tocado muchos de
Well,
estos temas.
I feel
Lo
that
que pasa
we've
es que
discussed this
necesitamos
plenty, but
usar
the
todas
thing is we
las
need to use
herramientas.
all of
También
the
es
tools.
importante de enfatizar
And it's also very
que no se
important
puede
to
necesariamente
emphasize
comparar
that we cannot
lo que
necessarily
estamos haciendo en los países
compare
nórdicos
what we're doing in the
comparado con lo
northern
que
countries,
otros
in the
países con
or the
México,
framework or the
porque
regulatory
cada
framework from
país
other
tiene su
countries, to
contexto
what
y
is
es claro
happening in Mexico.
que tenemos un
Every
contexto
country has their own context. It's clear that in
geográficamente
Denmark we have a
que permite
geographic
desarrollar muchas
context
eólicas,
that allows us to have a lot
mucho viento
of
que
wind, for example.
puede
There's a
distribuir
lot
por
of
las
wind
islas
production,
nórdicas que Arturo
beginning with the
estaba
energetic
mencionando,
islands that
podemos
Arturo was
producir
mentioning.
mucha
We are able to
electricidad
produce a lot of
de forma
electricity
hidrógeno verde. Entonces,
that
tenemos este
can
contexto
at the same time produce a lot of green hydrogen. So this geographical advantage works for us. In Mexico, it might be a bit different. There's a huge neighbor to your north that exports a lot of natural gas towards Mexico. So this means that there's already a set price. I don't know after the crisis with Ukraine if this has changed or shifted, but it's still too cheap
to compete with hydrogen and its fees. So we do need certain time. We do need to develop all of the technological aspects that are needed. The electricity plants need to be more efficient. I do believe that you have been trying to scale this production, which is also an important feature. And what we want to do in Denmark is to scale the production, not only for the the electricity plants, but also the electricity islands or the energetic islands that we use, where we use a lot of the wind source. So there are many tools that can be used. I also mentioned all of the regulatory frameworks, the fees, for example, that need to be taken into account. They could be used at the beginning to promote a bit the production of hydrogen, make them compatible with all of this. And you were also mentioning SMEs. That is also very important for Denmark. There's a lot of SMEs that are focused on Power to X, and we do have a new state-owned program that every year provides around $5 million to pilot projects in different areas. And many of these projects are already being used on Power to X areas. So there are many different tools, and we do need to have an integral vision with many different factors into account. It's not only about the government, it also needs to include the private sector. And to finish my remarks, well, we do need to establish an international collaboration in these topics. For example, you know that there are a lot of cooperation projects here in Mexico. Perhaps in the near future, we can hold joint projects for Power to X, where we can exchange a lot of knowledge regarding commercial aspects, regulatory frameworks, etc. Many features. There are many opportunities for growth, and I'm about to end. Time also plays an important role. On the short term, hydrogen, well, it's less interesting in the medium and long term. For me, the situation right now, for many instances, we still need to wait a bit to develop everything that needs to be developed, but on the medium and long term, I think it'll be a very, very important element to drive green transitions and also to help with the fight against climate change. Thank you, Frederick. And from the Finnish perspective, is there any advice besides what Frederick was mentioning about regulatory framework tools and promoting this exchange of knowledge and experiences? Bueno, Frederick ya lo mencionó.
I think this whole transition to Power to X, it makes countries more energy independent also. And as has been seen in recent times, there can be crises and for example, import or export of fossil fuels may be cut down and we need to survive without those. So I think this transition should be taken also as a huge opportunity to be more energy independent. And I think in Mexico you have a lot of solar and wind also in places, and recycling carbon from wastes to fuels gives a huge opportunity, and that should be supported and by the government with different, maybe I'm not expert in regulations what would be the most effective ways to do it, but mixing of green fuels to used fossil fuels and such actions could be very well suited for this kind of transition.
Muchas gracias, Tero. Vamos a ir a tomar preguntas de la audiencia.
Thank you very much. We will now take questions from the audience. There are a few minutes for a Q&A section. Please raise your hands if you have any questions for our panel members.
Okay. Ay, en el micrófono C. Muchas gracias. Les voy a pedir, vamos a tomar
Thank you
dos
very
preguntas
much.
y
We will
después las
take
respuestas.
2
Pedirles, por
questions
favor, que nos
and then
digan su
listen
nombre,
to the
a quién va
answers.
dirigida la
Please tell us
pregunta
your
y
name,
brevemente
who your
la
question
pregunta,
is
por favor.
addressed, and then your question. Thank you very much. My question is for Henrik. From the perspective of energetic transition, what's more profitable nowadays? Either producing electricity starting from the gray, blue, or green hydrogen, or should we better focus on a local consumption of SMEs and starting from the green hydrogen source? Thank you. Thank you. We will listen to the next question and then we'll go to the answers. In the back, please.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Lorena Espinosa de la Cooperación
Hello, good
Alemana,
afternoon.
GIZ.
Lorena Espinosa from the German
para el panel en general, ¿cuál consideran que es la
all
mayor
panel members,
oportunidad
which
para
do you
México en
consider
el
the
tema
biggest
de
opportunity
Power to
for
X?
Mexico regarding Power to
Una
X?
pregunta especial
And a
para
special
la
question
Secretaría de
for
Economía.
Ministry
¿Cuándo
of
estaremos
Economy.
ya viendo este
When
documento
will
sobre
be
hidrógeno verde del cual
receiving the
las han
document
comentado
regarding
un par de
green
ocasiones?
hydrogen
Gracias.
that we've heard a couple of
Muchas
times?
gracias. Vamos
Thank
a
you.
responder la primera pregunta.
Thank you. We will answer now to the first question, Frederick.
¿Podría repetir la primera pregunta, por favor?
Could you please repeat the first question?
De nuevo, desde la
Yes, again.
perspectiva de una transición
From the
energética,
perspective of an energetic
¿qué es
transition,
más rentable hoy en día
what
para
would
los
be
países
more
nórdicos,
profitable nowadays
obviamente
for
para México,
Nordic countries and for
generar
Mexico,
electricidad a
either
partir de
to
este
generate
hidrógeno gris,
electricity
azul y verde,
from the
o
green,
enfocarnos
blue,
en llevar
and
el
gray
hidrógeno
hydrogen, or
a la
should we
economía
focus
social,
on bringing
como
green
decía
hydrogen to the social economy,
de parte de la
such
Secretaría de
as we
Economía?
were
¿Qué
listening
es
from the
más
Ministry
rentable
of
hoy?
Economy?
Porque el
What's more
proceso, bien lo
profitable
dijo, va
nowadays? Because the
de
process,
2030
you
a
stated it
2050.
goes from 2030
Yo creo que
to
hoy
2050. So what would be better there?
Lo que dicen de esta información que yo tengo no es tan rentable
I think that based on the
hoy,
information I
porque
have, it's not as profitable
es una pregunta de precio también.
for today. This means the production of
también
green
del contexto.
hydrogen
Yo
is
estaba
also
hablando
an
del
issue
contexto
on price
geográfico.
and the context.
pienso
I
que
was
en
talking
un
about the
contexto
geographical
mexicano,
context, and I believe that in a Mexican
Yo creo que
context,
el precio es todavía
well, prices
de gas
are
natural.
still
Aquí en México
better
es como,
on natural gas, especially here in
66%
Mexico.
o algo
I
así
believe
que
it's
está
around
usando, ¿no?
66%,
para generar
66% of
electricidad.
what's being used
Cuando el
to
precio es tan
generate
bajo,
electricity. And when the
no es tan
prices or
rentable
fees are so
a corto
low,
plazo,
it's
pero yo
not
pienso
as
en medio
profitable
plazo
in a
podría
short
ser
term.
más,
But I
muchísimo
believe
más,
that
más
perhaps in the medium term, it could be even more
Pero,
profitable.
y en el contexto, danés, vamos a ver
And
en
for the
los
Danish
próximos
context, we will be
5
looking
o 10 años,
the following
ya pienso que
5
vamos a
or
tener
10
un desarrollo
years
muchísimo más importante en este
a
sentido.
much more important
Muy bien, muchas
development
gracias,
regarding
Frederick.
these
Voy
topics.
con el señor Guerrero para
Thank you
responder
very
directamente
much,
la pregunta
Frederick. I'll pass the
a la
microphone to
Secretaría de
Mr.
Economía
Guerrero so
respecto a
that
este
he can
documento y
answer
si alguien más
the
quiere
question
intervenir a
regarding the
responder la otra
document
pregunta
and the
que hicieron
papers that are
también.
going to be published.
Bueno, pues está muy rápida, muy sencilla,
Well,
muy
that
directa.
answer is
En
very
este
direct,
mismo año,
simple and
este
short.
documento
This
lo
same
tendremos.
year will
Trabajando
this document be produced?
bajo un enfoque totalmente
We are
metodológico
working
en
under
las áreas que
a
corresponden al contenido nacional dentro de la
context
parte
and
energética
process
para la
regarding
producción de bienes y
energy
servicios, enfocados
used in the
principalmente
production of
a
goods
industria
and
ligera
services,
e industria pesada. El
specifically
documento
on the
nos
light
es
industry
importante
and
para
the
apoyar ambas
heavyweight
industrias, tanto
industry.
la
So
ligera
it's very important that we can
como
support
la pesada.
both industries, as the light industry and the heavyweight
Estamos
industry.
incluso
We
derivado y
are actually
anticipándonos a la conclusión
anticipating the work
de este documento, el trabajo en conjunto
reaching the
y de la
conclusion of
mano
working
con
together
algunas
and hand in hand
organizaciones.
with different
Debo de
organizations.
agradecer aquí públicamente
I must
que
publicly
la
thank
Embajada de Dinamarca
the
está
Embassy of
colaborando
Denmark.
muy cercano
We have
precisamente
been
con la Secretaría de
collaborating
Economía.
very closely
Ya tenemos
with them
prácticamente
here
un
in the Ministry of
MOU,
Economy.
Memorándum de
We
Entendimiento,
have
en
already
donde
undersigned
se
an
definen
MOA,
precisamente
an
apoyos hacia
memorandum of
dónde
agreement,
debemos de
where
dirigir
we
ciertos
are
esfuerzos
stating
de la Secretaría de
how
Economía,
we should
y uno de
address our
ellos,
efforts from
sin
the
duda,
Ministry of
tiene
Economy,
que ver con el
and
tema
one of
energético.
them
Entonces, por eso nos es
has to do with
pues
energy. energy and all of the new processes that we are going to undertake. So it's at a certain point urgent to finish and ascribe this document in this paper. So I think that all of the holdbacks that have to do with bureaucracy are that we are able to sort them out correctly so that we can conclude with this document and paper on time and promote these kinds of work towards the industry, the light one and the heavy one. And the other question was, what is the main opportunity for us here in Mexico?
Responderla por parte de cómo lo vemos. Creo que y regreso al tema de las energías renovables. Creo que el costo de producción del hidrógeno tiene que ver también
for hydrogen also has to do with the efficiency and the production cost of renewable energies and how we leverage them. In Mexico, there's a huge potential for renewable energy, and not so much wind energy, but solar energy is a great opportunity for us, and there's a huge opportunity for renewable energies that have low cost. As we go about production processes for power to X and green hydrogen and demand starts to increase, we will be able to lower prices and fees for fuels so that we can be at a much more competitive place, even with fossil fuels. We have transportation capability for methane right now that in some cases can be used to transport natural gas, for hydrogen, and even to export hydrogen. There's a possibility to do so with that way. So the important thing is that we have the capability to produce hydrogen at low cost.
Muchas gracias. ¿Quiere agregar algo? Sí, adelante.
Continuando con lo que comentaba,
I would just like to add what Arturo was mentioning. It's important to take into account that countries with a lot of opportunities of renewable energy sources, such as Mexico, we do need to harness these opportunities. And there's a moment where solar energy, wind energy, due to low demand, for example, at night, you can still produce wind energy. Well, that's a very good opportunity that through energetic plants we can store hydrogen and use it when it is needed. So this is a great opportunity for us here in Mexico. There's a lot of potential for renewable sources that we could harness properly. And this will lower the cost at the end of the day, because if we can generate when there is no demand, for example at night, then the hydrogen will have much better prices and fees. Thank you very much. We have time for one more question from our audience.
Bueno, pues muy bien. Muchas gracias a nuestro panel por habernos
Thank you very much to our panel members for discussing with us Power to X and the opportunities at place. I think we take away a very good idea of what can be done, what is undergoing right now, a production process. We are at early stages, but it's a reality. It's here, and the invitation is to actually surpass the obstacles, how we can go about the production systems, switch into different energy sources so that we can use the new technologies at Power to X. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you all for listening closely. We will have a short break, and 11:35 we'll be back. Thank you.
The Danes love to work. They have ambition, a drive to excel and create beautiful things with that certain Nordic touch. But they also love to not work. Where do they go? They pick up their kids and spend time with their family. They have a hobby. They do some sports, get out into the fresh air, the clear waters and the sunlight. They get 5 weeks of paid vacation and 12 months of shared maternity leave. Do they ever get work done? Yes, Denmark has one of the most productive workforces in the EU and one of the happiest in the world. Love your work. Love your life. Welcome to Denmark.
Finns grow up surrounded by nature. Nature is part of us. We constantly learn from it. This is why we act together to protect it. Lower taxes through climate action? Complete absurdity. Until the town of E was able to reduce their municipal tax rate by cutting fossil fuels and investing in clean energy. Government grants to encourage households to abandon fossil fuels? Pure utopia. Until we started to provide grants to households to switch to more sustainable heating choices. A state-level ban on the use of coal in energy production? Too big a step. Until we passed a law to phase out the use of coal by 2029. Clothing that never reaches the landfill. Food out of thin air. Unrealistic daydreams. Until Finnish companies came up with new innovations. Industries and large companies putting climate first? Highly unlikely. Until Finnish industry started to draft roadmaps to cut their own carbon emissions. Change may seem inconceivable, but only until we act. Find your until moment, together with Finland. Solutions, inspiration, and case examples at untilweact.fi.
In the global race towards a sustainable green economy, Norway has a head start. The forces of nature that once made our lives a hard-fought battle now make us uniquely suited to become the first society powered solely by clean energy. Green data centers running smart societies on low-cost renewable power and free natural cooling, taking advantage of the same abundant and reliable access to clean energy that made our heavy industry the cleanest in the world. Norway's availability of affordable, clean energy may prove a competitive advantage for business and industries in a low-carbon future. Electrification is the key to a sustainable low-carbon society. Electric mobility, cars, ferries, data processing, automation, production, high technology and new business models, running on energy that is renewable. Now we seize our opportunity. For Norway, the foundation is already laid. On our way towards a sustainable future, green businesses will thrive, based on clean energy.
You might have heard that Denmark, the small country in the north, is a global frontrunner in the green transition. You might have heard stories of a nation powered by renewable energy. a nation of climate-conscious people, and a roaring future generation demanding to go further. We're not perfect, but we're determined to reach our high ambitions. We still have a long way to go, and there is not much time. No country can realize the green transition on their own. We need to work together and learn from one another. In Denmark, we've come a long way, but we want to go further. Our political leaders have set a common goal. We are working to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 70% by 2030 and to be independent of fossil fuels by 2050. Let's do it together and unite for a greener future.
Me täällä päiväkodissa sovellamme valtakunnallista varhaiskasvatussuunnitelmaa, jossa ilmastotyö on myös merkittävästi esillä. Meillä se tarkoittaa viikoittaisia retkiä lähiluontoon. Myönteisten luontokokemusten kautta se lasten suhde luontoon lähenee ja sitä kautta myös se luonnonsuojelu tulee lähemmäksi ja tietoisemmaksi lapsille, että kuinka tärkeää se on.
Meillä on hippusta metässä ja sitten me ollaan aina täällä välillä tekemässä kaikkea kivoja leikkejä ja semmoista. Luonnossa on parasta etsiä eläimiä. Luonnossa parasta on muodahaiset.
Meillä ympäristöpedagogiikan ytimessä on ajatus siitä, kuinka se ilmastotyö on jo pienenä opittu elämäntapa. Kasvatuksen lähtökohtana on helpot ja yksinkertaiset arjen valinnat ja myös se, että yhteistyöllä saadaan näkyviä muutoksia aikaan. On ollut hienoa huomata, kuinka lapset omaksuu uusia asioita hyvinkin nopeasti ja nämä uudet asiat siirtyy sitten heidän mukana sinne perheisiin ja perheiden rutiineiksi.
Laittaa valotkin, kun lähtee jostain. Kierrätys on semmoista, että siinä vähän niin kuin kierrätetään roskia ja käytetään niitä sitten uudestaan.
Offshore wind is vital to fulfill the Paris goals and halt climate change. And Europe has a bold ambition to install more than 400 gigawatts offshore wind capacity in the next decades. And we believe Norwegian experience and technology can help realize that ambition.
Des générations de maîtrise de conditions océaniques extrêmes ont donné aux entreprises norvégiennes une compétence unique pour l'éolien offshore. Notre industrie est désormais tournée vers l'avenir, utilisant sa chaîne d'approvisionnement hautement qualifiée pour explorer des eaux plus profondes et réduire les coûts, tout en réduisant l'empreinte environnementale.
Equinor developed the first floating offshore wind turbine Hywind demo outside Karmøy in Norway more than 10 years ago. Following that, we built the Hywind Scotland outside Aberdeen, a 30 megawatt of floating offshore wind farm. And now we're following up with an even bigger wind farm, Hywind Tampen, off the west coast of Norway. Equinor also just won the tender on a 3.3 gigawatt offshore wind project outside New York, powering more than 1 million American homes. And now, France really has the potential to become a European leader on floating offshore wind. And we hope to contribute.
La France a de grandes ambitions pour l'éolien en mer. Notre objectif est d'atteindre 5 à 6 gigawatts de capacité éolienne en mer installée d'ici 2028. Un appel d'offres est actuellement en cours au large de la Normandie. Il est ouvert aux acteurs français et internationaux et d'autres appels d'offres devraient suivre dans les prochaines années.
Pour pouvoir développer l'éolien en mer en concurrence avec les énergies fossiles, les coûts doivent baisser. C'est pour ça qu'il faut résoudre un certain nombre de difficultés techniques, des sujets économiques et régulatoires en bénéficiant de la concurrence et de la coopération internationale. L'objectif du groupe de travail franco-norvégien vise précisément à adresser ces défis et à trouver des solutions ensemble.
L'éolien flottant ne peut être compétitif que si les coûts baissent. C'est pour cela que nous avons besoin de le développer à grande échelle. Aujourd'hui, EDF fait partie d'un consortium qui va tester la première éolienne flottante de plus de 10 MW avec le soutien de l'Europe, avec des partenaires norvégiens, des tests qui seront effectués au centre d'essai des énergies marines dans l'ouest de la Norvège.
Dans le cadre du développement des énergies marines renouvelables, l'éolien offshore est sans doute le secteur le plus dynamique.
Il nécessite néanmoins l'implication et l'intervention de différents secteurs du maritime. La France et la Norvège sont deux grands pays du maritime. Et il est important d'apprendre d'un autre pays comment relever ces défis pour le bon développement du secteur.
Notre coopération est ancienne et nous devons la renforcer dans l'avenir, notamment dans le domaine de l'éolien en mer. Nos ambitions sont alignées et nous devons ensemble relever le défi de la transition énergétique.
The Norwegian offshore wind industry consists of strong developers and a supply chain with large contractors, as well as niche suppliers. And together, they represent broad expertise in offshore environmental surveying, engineering, cables and electricity infrastructure, marine installations and operations, as well as digitalization and material handling. In addition, Norwegian offshore industry's strong reputation when it comes to health and safety make us a trusted partner.
Denmark, a small country on two wheels. I think we can say that cycling is within us and on us. We are always riding because we ride every day. We ride forwards, with our history behind us, from childhood to adulthood and towards our final destination. We ride. Soon, we will show you our home, our roots, our passion for cycling. We are a country of cyclists, riding high and fast, and through the woods. We ride to work for fun, together, and for our dreams.
Jeg ser de mange tegn. Mændene har indadvendte øjne. Jeg ser mig selv på spring. Jeg rejser mig i sadlen, ser mig om for sidste gang. Jeg hører feltets hjerte slå.
Sometimes we think too much about what to say, but often we just do it. And we end up on our bike, going out with our bike inspires us to think big. And now, the world and the world's biggest cycling race are coming to Denmark.
What a return for Hector.
In 2022, we will show you our love for cycling and our love for the Tour de France. Welcome to a country on two wheels. Welcome to Denmark.
I think the green solution is the biggest star in Denmark.
If you go back to the first oil crisis in the 70s, Denmark was totally dependent on imported oil. Some really interesting and far-reaching decisions were taken back then. Start focusing on renewable energy and on energy conservation.
Our politicians, they wanted us to integrate more wind energy in the system. We thought that this was crazy, and we thought At the maximum, we could integrate a few percent of wind power without threatening the level of security of supply in our system. And then today we operate a system with more than 40% of wind power and one of the highest levels of security of supply in the world.
We have heard from Asia, from South America and so on. It's very good, we know about the wind farms and so on, but what about storage? What do we do when there's no wind?
For the next step toward independence of fossil fuels, we will become more and more dependent on having storage in the system.
Everybody says, well, batteries. Batteries are good storage, but batteries are very expensive. And then we come up with this stone storage. Very simple. You take surplus of electricity, you heat up a big pile of stones, so you can store the energy in these stones as hot energy.
Denmark wants to be independent of fossil fuels by 2050 altogether. I think it's realistic, even though we don't know how we're going to get there. That's the way you come up with good solutions. You have a vision and a very strong ambition, and then you need to find a way to get there, just like when John F. Kennedy said that they wanted to put a man on the moon.
Vamos a continuar con nuestro siguiente panel.
So let's continue with our next panel.
Sobre movilidad
This panel is about intelligent mobility, connectivity, accessible, affordable, ecological, and healthy mobility. In this panel, we will have the on-site participation of 3 of our panelists and also virtual participation of 2 of them. So please take your seats again so that we can listen to the following interventions.
La crisis climática es una realidad.
Climate crisis is a reality, and responsible transportation is responsible of 25% of carbon dioxide emissions. Moving towards a more sustainable transportation system means that the future mobility may include and provide more accessible, affordable, healthy, and ecological solutions. Therefore, there is a big need and an urgent demand of a bigger investment in technology by means of new innovations, or maybe also by the quicker implementation of the existing technologies as the zero-emission vehicles and the renewable energies. When we talk about intelligent mobility, we can talk about the mobility among people, goods, and services, products, information, even data. Smart or intelligent can also mean the security, digitization, and protection. Our way to transport merchandise and passengers changes constantly, and obviously this is a constant change environment. Travel in a more accessible and more affordable way throughout the years have developed a global market for the trading of goods and services, as well as the complexity of the current mobility system is posing at risk our current systems. Also, the transportation is fighting against the commercial models, the infrastructures. Today, that we are more aware of the need how to change the transportation for the people and for the merchandise at the worldwide level. At this moment, we would like to listen virtually and on-site our panelists that will share with us their vision, their experiences regarding how mobility could be smart. This means accessible, affordable, healthy, and ecological. Thank you very much for being here with us on site, to three of our panelists and also virtually two of them. We would like to start with the first intervention by means of Jenny Simonsen. She is Operational and New Mobility Director in ITS Norway. Jenny Simonsen has 15 years experience in international leadership in the automation and smart systems for transportation. Her experience has to do with the deployment of global strategies of communication and corporate marketing B2B. Now she is Mobility and Operational Director at ITS Norway. I would like to ask her if you can explain us briefly which is the smart mobility and why everybody's talking about it, and how Norway is focusing on the smart mobility as a way to contribute to the green transition. Thank you very much, Mrs. Jenny Simonsen, for your intervention.
Buenos días, buenas tardes o noches aquí desde Noruega. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here today and allowing me to speak in this Nordic cooperation of such an important theme as smart mobility. My name is, as I was kindly introduced, Jenny Simonsen, and this topic today is very important to us, and I appreciate being here. I work for a membership organization called ITS Norway. ITS stands for Intelligent Transport Systems. And we have existed since 2004. We started with one person. I joined the forces 5 years ago. And 1 year ago, we hired a research and innovation director to aid us in this smart mobility that we work with. Together with our members that consist of private, public, and academia, the triple helix, which is very important to reach the goals. We would want to later add investors as a quadruple helix. We deliver projects, activities, talking points like you are today, meeting today at conferences. We deliver reports, we talk with regulators, governments, etc. But all that matters is our vision towards smarter, safer, and more sustainable transport future. We collaborate a lot, and collaboration is actually something I will come back to several times. I'm known for the word collaboration. Jenny likes to collaborate. But it is all that matters when we talk about public and private relationships. And it's all about that matters when we talk about green transition and smart mobility, the collaboration part. In all the Nordic countries, even Ireland, Iceland, we have an ITS organization, similar to the one in ITS Norway. Obviously, the one in Iceland is very small. Together, we have formed the Nordic Plus, ITS Nordic Plus, to work together to reduce transport emissions and to enhance smarter mobility across the Nordic region. We added the plus behind the Nordic, as we are very inclusive, you probably know this, and we like to collaborate in order to achieve a larger, more scalable market around and beyond the Nordic region. That's why the plus. When ITS started way back, it was all about sensors, traffic lights and traffic management or traffic controls. Today, it's so much more. ITS is about smart mobility and transport of goods and people, and to do that in a smart, secure, and a sustainable way. Smart cities has given the term smart mobility the following content. Smart cities create sustainable mobility when supported by ITS. So we don't just talk about smart mobility, we talk about sustainable, smart mobility supported by ITS. It was mentioned that the transport sector is fundamental to support economic growth, creating jobs and connecting people to essential services such as education and health. According to the International Energy Agency data, transport has the highest reliance on fossil fuels. Now, Sophia mentioned about the 25%, I have the number 37% of CO2 emissions. Whatever the number is, it is anyway too high. And we need to act now if we are about to reduce the number by 2030 to reach our joint goals. So what have we done in Norway to reduce and work with sustainable smart mobility? Do we walk the talk? Or do we what is easy instead of doing what is the right thing? EU's Green Deal and EU's mobility strategy lays a lot of foundation for a transition towards a green shift. The Paris Agreement, the UN sustainability goals affect all policy development and provide guidelines for the economy and business. Sustainability has gained more focus and more pressure in all organizations. But do you always know what you mean when you talk about sustainability, and how do you apply that to your activities and your projects? And it's sometimes very easy to just to put the word sustainability in the sentence and say, we are now dealing with smart mobility. But you have to walk the talk. Norway has a national transport plan. It's a 12-year transport plan that we like to call a little bit the Bible, that actually has laid the foundation for the coming 12 years, how to work towards the overall goal for the transport sector, and which is to have an efficient and environmental friendly and safe transport system by 2050. And to have that an efficient, environmental friendly and safe transport system, that means that we do more for less money, we efficient use of new technology, we contribute to the fulfillment of the Norwegian climate and environmental goals, zero vision for killed and seriously injured, easier travel every day and increased competitiveness for business community. That sounds maybe a little bit too good true. Maybe everybody wants that. But how do we do that? How do we find sustainable solutions for the benefit of the community? Well, one way is through continuous, as we believe at least, one way is believed to do it through continuous collaboration, again, innovation and education. And this means that we need to work smarter, we need to work more holistic, and we need to be more wise in our approach. And we have to have two thoughts in our head at the same time. What kind of society do we want in 2050? What needs do we have then? And how do we get accessible, affordable, safe, and fair transportation for all? And not just passenger, but also for goods. But considering the numbers and the pace we are heading towards with the CO2 emissions in transport, maybe we're not even in a position to actually ask that question if we don't act. You know already that the Nordic region is very forward-looking when it comes to digitalization, automation, electrification, and technology. And those are important tools for achieving the goals. And we must achieve this sustainable mobility through having accessible and easy public transport for all, sharing mobility and environmental friendly modes of transport like micro-mobility, looking at alternatives. We need to have a data strategy. How do we handle the data and the data protection law that is very heavy in many countries and regions? Standardization regulation, very important as well. Enough money for research, not to forget that, and innovation, and piloting and testing. We need to make sure that there are opportunities for the industry after piloting. We need to industrialize. Main focus for us in ITS Norway is after beyond pilots, as we like to call it. What happens after industrialization? And that's something we have focused on quite heavily lately. And the piloting, that also fosters cooperation and innovation between public and private, and also between competitors when we do pilots. So the challenge is for us to get from piloting to shop. So we need to work how to identify those barriers and help how to lower those barriers. And an important challenge is the ability to create a domestic market or any market after the pilot phase. We need some predictable security to be able to invest in getting past piloting. Financing and procurement are key. If we have this in place, we will create an industry that is scalable and is the basis for innovations. We create trust for the industry to deliver more and new products based on the technology. Are we able to look up and see IT as a contribution to sustainability? We're good in some ways or areas, but and we have a long way to go in others. To succeed with this restructuring, the authorities and the business community must work together, again, collaboration, on the broad technology shift in the transport sector towards a green shift. Barriers related to technology risk, uncertainty and additional costs must be overcome by gathering the value chain, sharing knowledge, developing tools, motivating companies, and assisting the authorities in facilitating green growth. Can ITS help? The UN's sustainability goals are a cornerstone. ITS cannot work or make its contribution if we do not get a scalable industry. And we need to be together about the good solutions in smart mobility. And we need to work together. We need to raise awareness and promote sustainability in its right matter and right words, not just do it because we feel it's easy to use the word sustainable smart mobility. And we need to see the opportunities and to collaborate beyond our own market and to promote innovation for a future society. And we need to build on the good stories, and we need to build on good collaboration and forums like where we are today and support each other. On that note, I think I will stop, and I look forward to discussing this with you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a señora Jenny Simonsen por Thank you very much, Ms. Jenny Simonsen, for this great introduction about smart mobility, intelligent mobility, how smart mobility is also sustainable, and how we should work in a collaboration manner with different sectors in order to enable the green growth, and not only for being in the piloting, but also to go through the implementation by means of funding and by promoting this intelligent mobility. Thank you very much. And now we would like to give the floor to Professor Monica Duhem. She is the head of the Intelligence Unit of Global Economy in the Ministry of Economy, and she has worked a lot for digital inclusion in Mexico, follow the web accessibility international standards. She has collaborated with government, organizations of the civil society and private sector for those projects that are in charge of socialization, digital world inclusion, and good public policies. Can you tell us why Mexico and mainly the Ministry of Economy is focusing in the smart mobility, and what happens with the perspective, the commercial perspective of the Mexican and international companies in this area? Yes, sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for this invitation. And I'll get closer to the microphone. Well, we are talking about smart mobility. I think that the transition on the digital basis is impacting every service and every product. So, from the Ministry of Economy, part of our responsibility is to make sure that we have the conditions of any sector in Mexico so that we can move forward and being a competitive country. When we talk about smart mobility and the use of technology in mobility, also, and we'll talk about it later on regarding the Agenda of 2030, but it has a great impact on improving the quality of life of our citizens, and we are very interested in this. As the Ministry of Economy, we want to have the infrastructure, the adequate conditions in order to develop this model. So what is Mexico doing and what is doing the Ministry of Economy? This is a global trend and we cannot decline it or deny it. The digital transformation is here, it exists, and it is a fact and a reality, and we cannot be backlogged, and we need to generate every conditions for Mexico to be prepared towards this transition. And how are we doing it from the Ministry of Economy? Actually, the Ministry of Economy impacts in many sectors. The Agenda 2030 as part of our international commitments in terms of sustainability as our little contribution towards a sustainable and ecological future. Also, there is an impact on the big quantity of SMEs that are working on that sector that need to be digitized and that they need to start working on this topic. Also, there is an impact regarding the fact that we're a logistic and exporter country, that we have a giant logistic network, and the multinational companies, together with their SDGs, every time they are asking more and more for sustainable logistics. So we need to work on those topics. So when we're talking about smart mobility, this is for the people. And there is an impact in terms of affordability. If the transition to EV, we are transiting to e-vehicles, we need to secure that the consumer and the purchase power in Mexico is enough in order to get this electric mobility. It's not only to have e-vehicles in an affordable price, but also that the leak and the impact in Mexico could not, and this expense would not affect the Mexican families. So first of all, we need to see from the Ministry of Economy what is happening and where are we moving forward. In the previous panel, we were talking about the Power to X, and we were talking about this transition. As you know, we are also a country that attracts foreign direct investment, and this is the area that I lead. In my area, we are working closely with international investors in order for them to understand why Mexico is an attractive destination for the direct investment. Every time more and more international companies are looking to get settled in those countries where we have clear sustainable development goals, clear objectives, and renewable energy, just to give an example towards this transition. So if we want to keep on attracting and being a compelling country for foreign investment, we need to enter into the digital transformation topic, into the sustainability topic, and the renewable energy topic. And all these are part of the smart mobility. So we cannot disassociate this topic. Another thing, it was already said by the Undersecretary today in the morning, we are number 6 in the production of cars at the world level. So we play a very important role in terms of vehicles in general. And we are talking about e-vehicles now. We are a main player and we have an important voice in the global market regarding the vehicle manufacturing, and the global market is transforming to the e-mobility. So clearly we are The foreign direct investment that we receive in the automotive sector represents 13% of the direct investment that our country receives. It represents a lot of employments, millions of employments, and we need to be competitive and we cannot have a backlog in this transition. What are we doing? We are participating in the electromobility board that was generated after the COP26 and it's headed by the UK right now. We are receiving all those conversations because we need to know where the market is moving forward. So we need to see which is our richness, the impact, and the residues, the remnants that we have in the automotive sector in Mexico. And we need to understand where this sector is going to transit in order to offer the adequate solutions and to be an important player still in this sector. We want to keep on attracting foreign investment. We need to be producers of raw material, of semiconductors, because when we talk about the vehicle and e-mobility, we're talking about even more sectors. And e-vehicle is also part of the IT sector and not only of the automotive sector. So we need to make sure where the conditions are. So first of all, to analyze and to get to know where the market is moving towards in order for us to react and work with the industry in order to prepare Mexico to keep on being a very important player in the import and export of e-vehicles, to work with our commercial partners in those countries where we already have free trade agreements that have already clear objectives of this transition towards the e-mobility, to see where they are at and to be able to supply, to provide this demand in order to comply with the demand of e-vehicles. Also, we need to prepare our young people for being technicians in e-mobility. We're working already on this. We're working in dual education programs so that everybody get prepared for the new requirements, for the current requirements. I wanted to say future, but they are present for this new sector. What we don't want to happen, and you may all know about it, many years ago when we were talking about how important is the use of technology, and we were working on the broadband at the rural level, and we were making sure technology reaching the rural areas. How many times didn't happen that there were schools equipped with computers but without technicians that didn't know how to fix them, and they weren't used at all? So this is what should happen also. We need to start importing vehicles, and also the SMEs that are providing services to those sectors, we know that they are not ready to provide the services with this new technology. That's why it's very important to work together with the SMEs that provide services in the e-mobility sector, in the e-mobility market, to be prepared in order to provide services to this new growing market. So it's not only Mexico continue being an important player in the export market of vehicles, but also we are doing projects of dual education to prepare technicians that know and that can provide services so that we may have the task force ready in order to produce e-vehicles. Also, we need to work at the academy level because this is a transforming industry. It is an industry that is looking for better sustainability solutions, and we need to develop this innovation in Mexico. And also, we need to invest in the development and innovation towards those e-mobility objectives that we want to achieve. So we need to work at the technical level and also at the innovation level. We have this very clear. At the technical level, as I was telling you, we're already working with the industry, we're already working with the technical universities in order to identify which is the set of skills that we need to develop in order to have our technicians ready and to produce whatever we need to produce within the e-mobility market. And finally, what we are also doing is what do we need to do for our internal market. We're going to keep on being an exporter force, an important player at the global market for the manufacturing of e-vehicles. But in Mexico, there is a fleet of more than 50 million vehicles. We're a very interesting market. So to us, and independently from the external market, we also want to comply with the SDGs. We want less emissions and a green future for our children. So So this internal transition towards the e-mobility requires a regulation analysis, a safety and security analysis regarding batteries. We want that those vehicles that are sold in Mexico comply with the standards and the global regulations of safety so that the users can be calmed down while driving. We need to have security and safety in our ways, and also we need electrical infrastructure. We need to work at every level of the government with all the institutions, because the Ministry of Nature and Ecosystem, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Energy need to generate a good ecosystem for the e-mobility. And also talking about connectivity, because when we're talking about e-vehicles or computers that we will drive, because they are not vehicles anymore, they are computers. So we need to generate connectivity at the country level so that everybody can get a benefit of the e-mobility. So we're working on that, and I think that the Ministry of Economy is playing a very important role for the development of the future in this Mexico.
And I'll take back the key word conditions, create conditions and infrastructure for industry and for the country so that companies that provide services to this sector can thrive. And education, you are also mentioning education for young people so that they can also adapt to this change and take us into e-mobility. So creating conditions in Mexico for that. Thank you very much. Our next intervention, our next panel member is a virtual participation. We have Håkan Johansson. He is a senior consultant and investigator, recently joined the Swedish consultant Trivector. He has 25 years of experience working on the transportation sector to manage transportation in Sweden and also road management in Sweden. He has worked as national coordinator for climate mitigation. The need of intelligent, sustainable resources is even more critical in various parts of the world. Many Swedish cities have managed to reduce their emission and creating at the same time more efficient means of transportation. Mr. Johansson, can you please tell us what are the keys for success in these Swedish cities and what are the kinds of policies that are needed to create more sustainable means of transportation?
Thank you for letting me speak for you today on this urgent agenda. During the year, we received alarming reports from UN climate panel IPCC. Globally, emissions need to be reduced by 50% already in 2030. Already 50 years ago, at the first large environmental conference in Stockholm, gathering 114 countries, our Prime Minister at that time, Olof Palme, pointed out that it is really very urgent to tackle the environmental problems. Even if much have been done since then, the emissions of greenhouse gases that was mentioned already then have continuously been growing. It is now or never, as Jim Skia at IPCC pointed out when he released an IPCC report a couple of months ago. In Sweden, we have a climate objective decided by the parliament to have at least 70% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from transports in 2030 compared to 2010. And a climate neutral transport sector and society in Sweden in 2045 at latest. We need to drastically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in Sweden and globally and in Mexico. The situation for the other UN the Sustainable Development Goals is also alarming. We need to change the systems fundamentally. Technology like electric vehicles is necessary, but far from enough. For the transport system, this means that we need smarter mobility, a mobility where we turn the pyramid and plan and build cities and transport system based on the order of walking, cycling, public transport, and green logistics. The car traffic and the room for car traffic need to be reduced. This requires a clear vision and a goal of where to go, that we want to develop cities for peoples and not for cars. And that must be a goal that we aim at in every decision, small as large. The municipalities in Sweden have a planning monopoly. They therefore have a great opportunity to plan and create conditions for compact and green cities, 50-minute cities. Investments are being made today in many cities in bicycle infrastructure, also with help from national funding. And the space for this must, of course, be taken from somewhere. By taking it from the car traffic, which is often the case, a double effect is obtained. In Lund, a city in the southern part of Sweden with 130,000 inhabitants, the first completely new tram system, light rail, was built in Sweden for over 100 years and opened in the end of 2020. Just a few weeks ago, a decision was made to build a tramway in Uppsala, close to Stockholm, with 240,000 inhabitants. The number one tram city in Sweden is Gothenburg, we should probably know. And tramways cannot not be built everywhere. Public transport with buses in Sweden has for many years been nearly fossil-free, much through biogas buses and sometimes also ethanol buses. Now the bus fleet is fast electrified. This is done through battery electric buses charged at the end stations during the day and overnight at the bus depot. There is also some investments in BRT, bus rapid transit. Think like a tram, but drive bus. You probably know more about those from Curitiba and Bogota. In Sweden, there are some examples from cities of Helsingborg and Malmö. And Lund, where they have the tram, also started with a BRT-like solutions before they got to tram. If there is not money enough for a tram system today, a BRT could be a very good start and solve much of the problem today. And later, when the need and money is there, room has already been reserved for building a tramway. The municipalities in Sweden own a large part of the parking lots, not only at the street, but also at car parks via municipality companies. And through higher fees and reduced access to parking, they can steer towards fewer cars and less car traffic and convert areas that was used for cars earlier to something else. And during the last 10 years, many municipalities in Sweden have also gone from requiring a minimum number of parking spaces for new developments to allowing more flexible solutions where they focus on accessibility in general rather than a car mobility. An example is the award-winning apartment building Viva in Gothenburg, where Trivector's own mobility concept Easy to Be is used. Here the residents are offered different mobility solutions like a pool of electric bicycles, electric cargo bikes, access to public transport, and then sometimes also a car using the car in the carpool. The municipality also decide upon speed limits, and many cities have reduced speed in the city during the last decades. New types of streets has also been introduced, like the bicycle street, where the car are allowed, but they're not to drive faster than the bicycles, and where the bicycles have a priority. The lower speed does not only make the city safe and secure for walking and cycling, it also shifts the entire balance from car and makes walking, cycling, and public transport more attractive. For our two largest cities, Stockholm and Gothenburg, the congestion tax system has been a good way to both reduce car traffic and to provide revenue that could be used to develop public transport and alternatives to cars. The municipalities need a clear and powerful support in the transformation. Many cities have goals for reduced car traffic and to increase the share of walking, cycling, and public transport. But the goals need to be common and valid not only for the municipality level, also regional and national level, have to be planned for reduced traffic. This is unfortunately not really the case in Sweden today. A change is, however, on its way and has been proposed by a government investigation in Sweden just a few weeks ago. In Norway, they have a zero growth target for car traffic since 2012, deciding on a national level, which applies to all major urban areas. In Sweden and Norway, there are urban environmental agreements between a national level, municipalities, and regions. In this, the state gives financial support to the municipalities and regions for investments in cycling and public transport. A prerequisite is that the municipalities do other measures that lead to a sustainable urban development. Both Uppsala and Lund, which I mentioned before, with a tram system, are examples of urban environmental agreements. The tram system in Bergen in Norway is another. A condition for getting the support in Norway is the zero growth target that is achieved. Over the world, not only in Sweden, public transport has also been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, with less people using the public transport, which of course means less revenues. We need to ensure that it takes back market shares and of course more than that. Funding and getting political decisions for large changes can be a problem. It can also be a problem to get acceptance from the public. Tactical urbanism can be one solution when you use low-cost, easy implemented, non-permanent solutions. These can be adjusted and made permanent at a later opportunity when acceptance and funding is there. During pandemics, many cities in Europe also use this to build temporary bicycle roads and walking areas from areas earlier used for cars. Making them permanent can speed up the transition to cities for people. In Sweden, where we love the summers, many cities close down streets for cars during the summer and creates summer streets, which with more room for walking, cycling, playing, and restaurants. We now see a rapid electrification, not only in Norway, which is famous for that, but also in Sweden. And in the future, we probably also will get autonomous self-driving cars. What is important is to understand that this does not solve the city's problems and challenges. We still want city for peoples, not for cars. There will also be environmental problems with all the need for energy and natural resources for electric cars. So in the boom of electric cars, it's important not to make new charging for cars as a barrier for transformation to more walking, cycling, and public transport. We will therefore need to continue to transform our cities and transport system in a direction and implement smart policies and measures that steer in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johansson, for your intervention and taking back what you were mentioning at the end, developing cities for people and not for cars. Thank you for all of the examples on how we can develop the cities for people. Javier Carrasco. He began his experience in the vessel industry in Chile, working specifically for container industry. In 2006, he began working abroad, also in the vessel industry. And 2008, he began a relationship with Wallenius Wilhelmsen. He worked mainly in the commercial area, developing commerce and business in Venezuela, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, and he finally got to Mexico in 2019. He is currently sales director for Mexico and Latin America at Wallenius Wilhelmsen Solutions. This is a Norway company. Mr. Carrasco, Mexico. Could you please briefly talk to us about what your company does and how you implement intelligent energy solutions here in Mexico? And what are the following strategies to provide a sustainable value chain in the intelligence energetic field? Good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, to all of the organizers and the hosts of this Nordic Day. For Valenius Wilhelmsen, it's an honor to be present here, not only for me representing the company, but also representing two of the countries that where our companies originated. It is basically a Norway and Swedish company with a long history. They began working in 1830 and always working on the maritime industry and area. However, this field has been changing regarding different challenges that have been presenting throughout history. And especially from the year 2000 and forward, Valenius Wilhelmsen started being a passive actor. Well, it went from being a passive role player to a very active role player regarding the different measures that started to take into account sustainability in everything that has to do with environment, right? Mainly decarbonization, which is one of the main challenges that us as an industry face, in which Valenius Wilhelmsen has become a true main player. How has Valenius taken this protagonistic role? Since the origin of all of the norms, ISO 2020, for example, started being discussed in 2012, and next year we will go into the CII, a new regulation, and then we will go to the 2030 plan. So the choice of being passive, a passive role player, just waiting as to see what was going to happen, was not the way. So we decided to take steps into a more active role, and we have invited non-government organizations and different stakeholders in maritime field, and also as a first measure, for example, in order to cope with one of the measures that are already working, which is the IMO 2020, that calls to reduce carbon emissions, mainly in the ocean. Well, in 2014, 2013, Valenius created an organization, an NGO, as I was mentioning a while ago, in which we invited different companies worldwide to affiliate, to work together and make clear decisions regarding sustainable solutions. And then we had a bit of uncertainty time. There were new regulations coming up, new challenges. However, the how to bring this into action, or even the consequences of not complying with these norms have been changing. So different companies that are focused in the logistical industry, has started to take in action, building partnerships regarding new initiatives, collaborating, and also complying with each one of these norms. Another example, Valenius internally as a company has developed some examples of mutual collaboration with the private industry as well as with governments. An example of this is that we're not only working in the maritime industry providing ocean transportation services, and in 2006, 2004, we started providing logistics services. That is what we're doing here in Mexico, and I'll talk a bit about that later. And we have started to operate in different regions in the world, terminals, ports, logistic distribution centers, where we have developed a way forward while complying with these norms from a sustainable point of view, from a green company stance, and also, of course, heading towards the decarbonization goal. An example of this in Belgium, in Seabird, one of the terminals that we operate worldwide, has been using clean energy sources, using windmill energy, and this is done in collaboration with the private sector as well as government authorities in the country. In Australia, for example, in Melbourne, there's a site where only logistic services are provided, and it is fully designed to give and also receive services from the green sustainable point of view, and also which also works as environmental friendly. So we have moved forward with these initiatives not only from a private sector or public sector, but also with educational institutions worldwide. An example of this, I would like to tell you that a prototype is already on its way, a prototype of a vessel that is fully driven by hydrogen, and it self-supplies its own energy using paints that also help us to produce energy, wind energy, and vellums. So I know that this prototypes is born. These were born from a private initiative, but also using a university. And this project is called Ocean Bird. You can actually look it up online, or I can share more information regarding this topic later. And the first vessel will be launching in 2027. And this is a ship or a vessel that, on one hand, this is very good because it reduces 90% of carbon emissions, which is actually pretty good. And the purpose of all of these projects is to continue developing these kinds of vessels, which are radically beneficiary in order to maintain low emissions and complying with the decarbonization norms. The bad side of this, we might say, and we have to mention this, is that, fortunately, Belenios has been developing technology with current vessels. However, ships work well or fulfill 100% of their goal in certain terminals on certain international traffics. I'll set an example. A ship in Europe or in the US or Middle East, one of our ships or vessels can work 100% in its service, transporting goods and products, but complying 100% with the design that has the goal to reduce CO2 emissions and also carries green emissions. But that in American ports is not possible in Latin America, because with the Latin American ports, there is no infrastructure, for example, to connect the vessel to a digitalization port. So we do believe that regardless that there are current regulations or norms that we have to comply to, well, there's still opportunity for growth. And let me bring back what Dr. was mentioning in her intervention. The way Mexico has been working, Mexico for us is a very important part for our company. We are about 9,000 employees worldwide, and only in Mexico we have 2,000 of them, of our staff. So it's a pretty big number. And this is due to what the doctor was mentioning. Mexico is the sixth country producing cars and automobiles, and we have practically 54% of market share here in Mexico. We work with different OEMs and plants here in Mexico, and at some point in the production line or throughout the whole production line, we can provide services, and we are looking to have certain impacts of being a green company, eco-friendly enterprise, and of course complying with decarbonization goals. Another example I would like to give how Wallenius works and supports this roadmap is that for 2023, this means from January 1st, 2023, all the equipment that we use and should be renewed from next year must be renewed 100% and replaced by zero emission units. In terminals, for example, we use our own vehicles for transportation of personnel. So all vehicles that need to be replaced will need to be electric. Either we're talking about machinery, they will follow along the same line, tiny trains that we use, for example, to transport in railways, etc., will have the same line of renewal. So in this sense, not only as a company today, we have the pleasure of being leaders from an ecological point of view in the maritime logistical sector, but also we have taken the initiative as a company. We have a specific department in our company in Norway, where one of our headquarters is. We have a specific unit there working in the development of ideas and green systems. And again, I'd like to invite partnerships to carry on these initiatives. And as the last point, I would like to mention how we motivate all of this. The truth of the matter is that initiatives come, they are there, but we always need to reward them some way. So in this sense, initiatives that we receive as a company, we carry them out after having a very responsible and smart development, and they economically reward the person who had the initiative, who had the idea, because they're not only supporting the environment but also having very important impact in our industry, which is not only about maritime transportation but also for logistics services working in different sites or plants where machinery and automotive industry works. Thank you very much, Mr. Carrasco, for telling us what Wallenius does and also telling us that we're not only talking about people, how we move people, how people live, but also logistics that play a very important role in sustainable mobility. Thank you very much, and thank you also for all of the examples and your actions.
Helen Berlum, she is currently the finance director in Volvo Cars Mexico. She is originally from Sweden, but she has been living in Mexico for more than 20 years. Volvo Car has also been characterized by the safety in every vehicle. How your systems have been evolving in order to get adapted to the current needs? Which are the ones that are included in the recharge line? We know that one of the goals of Volvo Cars is that for 2030, 100% of their sales and turnover comes from e-vehicles. Which are the challenges that you have faced since the launching of your hybrid and electric vehicles? Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much for inviting me to this event and being able to share a little bit of the vision that we have in Volvo Cars about these topics. I hope that my answer do not delay so much because there is a lot of things that to talk about when we are talking about mobility and sustainability in Volvo Cars. I think that most of the people, when they think about a Volvo, they think about a very safe car. So this has always been a very important aspect for the brand since the beginning, mainly. And to explain a little bit on how Volvo has become in one of the most of the safest cars, I would like to go back in history and to talk about the safety belt. To us nowadays, this could be something very basic in a car. Automatically, we get into the car and we fasten our belt. But it was not like this before. The belt, that is a three-point belt, was actually developed by a Volvo engineer. This was in the 50s. And Volvo was one of the brands that introduced in the earliest manner the belt in 1959 as a safety protocol. So it is estimated that the safety belt has saved more than 1 million people. So this was a very important invention that had a really important impact for the transportation. What also Volvo did on that time was to leave this invention open. I mean, any vehicle or car manufacturer was able to use this vehicle and to implement it in their cars. This is a Volvo philosophy to leave this type of investments, open investments, to help others, not only the ones that use Volvo for transportation, but also the ones that use other cars as transportation system. Of course, the new technologies, the safety and security functionalities have been more developed. Today we have new functionalities, new features in the cars, including the e-vehicles that we have introduced and we're already selling today. In the cars, there is something that is called pilot assist, and this helps the driver to stay in the lane where they're supposed to be. Also, this helps to keep a correct and safe distance from the car that is in front of them. Also, they have different sensors that will notify you if there is a car on the lateral sides, on the blind spot. And even there are some sensors as well that will brake the car automatically by itself. The car will brake if it detects that there is a high risk of collision. So obviously the different features have been further developed with the new technologies. Another activity that has also been very important for Volvo cars is also the recollection of information. For many decades, Volvo has collected data information regarding accidents, and they have done different type of studies. 2 years ago, there was a very interesting research study that is called EVA, Equal Vehicle for All, and the objective of this study was to analyze how a body behaves inside the car whenever there is an accident. And almost always in those type of studies, we used to use mannequins, but it was almost always a prototype of a man. But what Volvo did was to start using different mannequins, women mannequins, children mannequins, pregnant women, actually in order to be able to see how a person of different weight, different size will behave during the impact, during the collision. So based on those results, Volvo was able to implement new features or to enhance the existing functionalities. For example, the airbags, we changed them, we changed their place. Also, the chassis from different places was improved, and also with this type of studies that were carried out, help us kept it open. I mean, any manufacturer can use the results of this study in order to improve as well the safety at their cars. And I think that is a very good example of collaboration, not only to keep the results inside the company, but also to collaborate with the industry. Another thing that is very current and actual today is connectivity. Most of the Volvo models are already connected by means of Google. Volvo has a stretch cooperation with Google, and we have very new functionalities. Obviously, comfort increases of the people traveling in the car. Entertainment is more accessible, music or whatever you would like to listen to while driving, but also there are other aspects. So, for example, customer service. There are some software updates that could be done remotely, and the client has not to go to any workshop to do this type of work. Also, there are some other safety aspects because by means of this connectivity and by means of Google, in this case, for example, we can control certain functionalities of the car. For example, temperature. You, with a voice command, will be able to demand to raise up or lower down the temperature of the car, and you will not be distracted because sometimes instead of stopping looking to the traffic and then looking for the button in order to adjust temperature. As I mentioned before, this is not only about the safety of the people. Volvo is also very concerned about the environment, and that's why we have taken the decision of selling electric cars. The goal is to sell 100% of our vehicle cars in by 2030. Nowadays, we have a wider array where we have some hybrid cars, the ones that are in a hybrid basis and the ones that are 100% electric cars. But this decision was already made, and it is not only the e-cars, but also our goal is to be neutral in CO2 by the year 2040 in every step of our production and manufacturing process. So this is also fundamental for our brand. And if you have the possibility here outside, we have an example of an e-car. The model is the C40. And you can see it in a better detail. Can I have 1 minute more? Yes. You were also asking about the challenges that we have had at the beginning before selling e-cars. And a big doubt that a client may have regarding buying an e-car is where they're gonna load it or where they're gonna tank it. And I think that there is information missing about the e-card. And also we need to think on how we're using a car. The car, to use the car in the same area, in the same city, or in the same area where you live, with this type of use, most of the times you will go and plug in your car and charge your car at home. Where there is a bigger challenge is the 5% or 10% of the times that you would like to use your car to go on a highway if you want to move from one city to the other. We still have a challenge there. And it was mentioned before that this is very important to develop this type of infrastructure in order to support and help and assist the people that would like to buy a 100% electrical car. Thank you very much for all these examples, for telling us what you are already doing in Volvo cars. And just the takeaways of our panel that is accessible, affordable, ecological, and healthy. So I think that here we have seen different examples of which are the conditions that we're creating for the accessibility and affordability, but also the part of the ecology and health. Thank you very much. So I have some more questions, and once again, we'll go back to our audience, to the Q&A with them. And I would like to ask our panelists that are virtually, that are online, to ask them from a governmental or public perspective, Norway or Sweden, do you have any piece of advice regarding the intelligent mobility that you would like to share today with our audience in Mexico and the audience that is connected also online? We can start with Jenny Simmons, please.
Thank you. It's very interesting to listen to all. We apparently have all the same kind of a need, the urge and the goals to reach climate neutrality. But we need to, as I said earlier in my speech, to walk the talk, and the public and the private cooperation is an essential. So to have that in mind and to cooperate, as I already said a couple of times, but also to share mistakes and share success. Obviously, that's always easy, but to share mistakes and to see what didn't work in one region or country that we could work on to better improve, so that there's something at the end for the end user, but also for the industry.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johansson, would you like to add on something?
Yeah, I can add something. I think when you are aiming at somewhere, you need to know where to go. And the climate goal in itself, it's not really clear what that means for a kind of society. So therefore, you have to have more concrete goals, and to have a goal on zero growth or reduced car traffic that is valid not only on the local level in the city, but also regional and national level, aiming at cities for peoples, not cars. And around this common objective, you create a platform for collaboration, which involves the municipality, region, and national level, where all the parties are bound to contribute to this target and to fulfill it. And then you can, of course, you have to do some measures, and if there is not money enough, you can start with temporary solutions, and then to secure funding in the long term by tax and fees paid by cars or general taxes, and follow up the target and adjust the measures and policies to be on track.
Muchas gracias. Cooperación, colaboración, tener unas metas claras.
Very clear goals and to secure funding are some of the ideas that were shared by our online panelists. Professor Dungen, what Mexico can learn regarding the Nordic practices and vice versa regarding the sustainable sea and ground transportation after your intervention today? Thank you very much. First of all, I will take away this collaboration between governments at the municipal, federal, state level. It is very important to start working from the Ministry of Economy at the municipal and city level, because at the end of the day, when we're talking about transportation, mobility, and public transportation, it is at the level of the city and municipalities, the ones that are going to be fostering and driving these policies. This is my homework, and also to invite the different stakeholders and players at the municipal and local level so that they also start doing this transition from the municipality and to start thinking about the different important variables for this transition. And what it was mentioned about Volvo and what was said in the morning is that also in Mexico we need to gather information regarding where the tank stations or the loading stations will be. There are none of them, so also we have this work to do to work with the industry, with the INEGI, in order to start generating a national database in order to get to know where the chargers or loading stations will be, that this also will drive the purchase and the sale of e-vehicles. And this is some of the things that we need to work on. Yes, thank you. Yes, the information that they were mentioning, right? Mr. Carrasco, from your perspective, from the company perspective, which has been the most important steps in order to establish a good cooperation in Mexico? Well, the most important steps that we have made, as it was mentioned before and as I said in the beginning, is to look for partnerships. Collaboration obviously is very important, and this comes from the client end, the clients and their different objectives, and also to comply with the standards from the sustainable, environment friendly, and low carbon emission point of view. In this sense, we have given very important steps in regarding the provisioning of services and also regarding the creation of tools that allow our customers to make the follow-up of the carbon footprint of the transportation of their vehicles or their fleet. This year, we have launched a tool that is called Carbon Compass, and customers have access in order to follow their units in any part of the world and to keep on measuring in a real manner online, which is the carbon footprint that they are issuing, that they are emitting, and also they will start or they will be able to be measured in an autonomous manner. So that's why I would like to emphasize once again that in regarding the achievement of this task, collaboration is very important. Yes, thank you very much. Finally, Mrs. Berlung, which are the changes that you're foreseeing in the industry in 10 years, for example, in order to secure an economic and green transition? Very interesting question. I think that there are two aspects here. The first one is the knowledge, the awareness that we all have all together. And I think that this awareness, this is a very difficult word, but this awareness and knowledge that we have nowadays regarding the environmental impacts that our lifestyle has, I think it's going to create a different demand of products and services, and I believe that this demand will also reach the companies, the organizations, the private companies, and also the public initiatives in order to have a bigger offer of green products. Not only products but also services. So I think that the change is coming from both sides. On our side as consumers, and also it is impacting the different initiatives of the public and private sector. So I think that the change is gonna be here soon, and it's gonna come from ourselves with that we have already accepted our own responsibility to be part of the solution, to change or to revert this global climate change that we are experiencing. Yes, and everybody shall be part of the solution from every sector. We still have some minutes to have a Q&A session from the audience, so please can you raise up your hands? Maybe you can pass on the microphone. Once again, I would like to ask you to say your name, who are you addressing with the question, and then we'll provide the two answers. Guillermo Torres, independent consultant. This is a question for the Professor Dunham for the Ministry of Economy, because this forum is called Sustainable Solutions. And I think that there is a lot of things that we can learn from the Nordic countries. And I'm concerned that when we talk about mobility and sustainable mobility, we have talked a lot about the private vehicles regarding the e-cars, the private cars. That is true that there are important step for the reduction of pollutants. However, we know that this is not a sustainable solution. The congestion or the traffic with vehicles will be the same as the one that we experience today. And in Mexico, where the generation of energy is not clean energy, will concern us because we're just moving the contaminants from one place to the other. But at the end, it is not in reality a sustainable solution. So we would like to listen which are the plans that the Ministry of Economy has in order to think about more accessible cities. I mean, to talk about mobility in the cities may be always a complicated topic because the original idea of the cities is not to move all the way around, but to be accessible and to have everything needed in very short distances. Professor Johansson in Zoom, he was saying that we were looking for having more humane and kind cities. So in that same sense, we would like to listen what the federal government and the Ministry of Economy is doing to help us understand and learn what the Nordic countries can teach us, but also to do the implementation of them. Same thing when we talk about logistic, urban distribution of merchandise. I think that this also has a very important impact because actually, if we don't want people to move around so much, we need to have the goods and services closer to where they are needed. So maybe not talking so much about private cars, but about more concrete solutions regarding accessible cities. Thank you. Next question, please. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Eduardo Garcia, social environmental consultant. And my question is regarding the circular economy, that by means of the production of e-cars, from the perspective of what I've heard and I have listened in many forums in terms of e-cars, we are having a big lack of plans. Which is the plan of hazardous waste, special handling waste that any player manufacturer of e-cars has in terms of the following things? You're talking about the transition to 100% electrical cars at certain year. However, 15 years later, the batteries of these cars are going to be obsolete. And this is a very high risk for the aquifer, for cells, for refills or the ground fills that are very famous, and especially for the tires. Mexico produced over 35 million of tires per year, used tires, and we have accumulated more than 2,200 tons accumulated of tires from 2000 up to now. So if we are looking for sustainability, what are all these responsibilities that shall be extended from the car manufacturers in order to manage these environmental passives that in Mexico are highly risky for the fire as the one in Ceseña, Madrid, and also some leaks in the subsoil that may contaminate the water that we don't have actually, and that may damage the subsoil of many different places. Thank you. So first answer. Yes, sure. While we're talking about e-cars, because Mexico is the seventh producer, the number seven in production of car manufacturing. And we want to keep on doing this because it's part of the economic growth of our country, the production of e-cars. Whether for internal consumption of export, we cannot deny that part of our growth or the GDP that we generate in Mexico is coming coming from the e-car manufacturing. That's why it's a relevant topic. But now when you're talking about what are we going to do in order to have more user-friendly cities, what the Ministry of Economy is going to do as a federal entity, what we can do is to secure that there is an economic growth that may be even at the national level in order not to have so much concentration in the cities. So, for example, in the southeast, if there is economic development and growth in the southeast, then the cities are gonna spread away. There's not gonna be so much concentration in the cities. But the management of the city, that's urban development plan, and these need to be worked at the city level. As Ministry of Economy, what we can do is to facilitate, to enable the access to the information, to have forums as this one, so that the cities can talk with the Nordic cities, to ask them how they achieve this development, this transition to more friendly cities. But this is more about the municipality level, the local level, and urban level, where they need to make these decisions. We, as federal ministry, we do not have any interest in order to say, okay, this is the transition, and this should be this way in Mexico City or Guadalajara City. So what we can do as Ministry of Economy is to facilitate and to sit down the different stakeholders in order to generate this type of discussions. What the cities want, how they want to move the development of their own city, and the movement of the people inside the cities, and how we can do as a Ministry of Economy in order to achieve those goals that need to be fixed and settled up at the local and municipal level. We can facilitate every information for your disposal. You are talking about circular economy. What we can do to bring the corresponding stakeholders so they sit down and start generating these type of discussions to see what are we gonna do and how all together we're gonna move forward towards sustainability and better solutions. Thank you very much. And I don't know if you would like to add something else regarding circular economy. We're going to have later on another panel regarding circular economy. So I don't know if you would like to add on something on that. Just very briefly, and I think that this is a very valid comment, and I can only talk on behalf of Volvo Cars. But this is obviously part of our sustainability plan, and to consider how we're going to handle the materials. And also, as an improvement and enhancement of the manufacturing process, we have every time more recycled materials. So this is something that we're taking very seriously into account and that are part of our areas of opportunities or enhancement points that we have within our processes. I would like to compliment on that question. Eduardo is your name, right? Actually, your question is very interesting, and it's showing a little bit of what I mentioned, what I commented before. We know a lot about the regulations, but we don't know how they're going to be carried out. We don't know anything about the sanctions. As I was telling you, our company has been looking for the leadership on this and to invite to collaboration. Once again, I repeat collaboration to invite different companies from the private, public sector, educational organizations, and it's here where those type of questions start to be asked, and also the solutions are being given. From the personal point of view, I see it this way, and more than solutions, active solutions, those are reactive solutions. We, based on the interest of the different companies and customers, also of the government, that always have this type of concerns, we have looked for the participation in different forums in order to develop joint solutions. Last year, our company started developing the concept of complete life cycle of the load. So we do not only do transportation, we do not only work in the production points of the vehicles and the machine, and we take them to the end point where it's delivered to the final user, but also as a company, since last year, I'm very strongly based on questions like yours that are not only coming from from people like you, like common people as we are. Those type of questions are also coming from companies that are suffering these same challenges, but also have a very high awareness in terms of ecology. In this same sense, we have get more involvement from the point of view of what is happening then, later, after we sell the vehicle, when the tire is not working anymore and we need to replace it, or when we need to dump it. So this is something that we are thinking and looking for solutions. And this is when we start using or placing ourselves on the shoes of the customers. And also internally, sometimes the vessels may have a life cycle and then we need to send them for recycling. We are also part of 100% green recycling process. And there is a very dark side regarding what recycling might be. Many may say, okay, I recycle, but they do not tell you what they are, what are they doing with what they recycled. So we as company, we're looking for responsibility. We are actually starting to develop with the customers different solutions for these type of things, such as scrapping or to have those dummy cars that our customers produce to scrap them as well, and as well as every component of those vehicles. And I repeat, a lot of companies with awareness are working towards it. The solutions may not be seen not yet, because I repeat, more than being active, we are being reactive. We present first the problem and then start analyzing the solution. So I hope, and as Helen was saying, sorry, I forgot your name. As Helen was saying, we are creating awareness and developing awareness. And this is not only coming from the government or the private industry, but also and especially from the people that are demanding this type of initiatives and solutions, as the question that you just mentioned before. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those examples. And we're talking about collaboration on a lot, and how the information data can take us to this accessible connectivity, ecological and healthy connectivity. Thank you very much for your participation at this panel. And to everybody that is watching us virtually, thank you very much for being here with us. We are going to close at our virtual session with this panel. Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite everybody to lunch in the mezzanine, that is floor one floor